Okay, welcome everybody, and it's our regularly scheduled council meeting for September 25th. Kevin Murdoch, Mayor. As we gather this here today, I just want to acknowledge that the lands on which we're gathering is the traditional territories of the Coast and the Straits Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen people known today as the Songhees and the Esquimalt Nation, and how their connections to these lands and waters continues to this day. Just point out, we have two councillors, Councillor Braithwaite and Councillor Watson, who are having to join us remotely today, but we do have a full contingent of council here with us. Up first, we have approval of the agenda. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. I'll rely for the two councillors online to raise your hands if you wish to speak to anything. We can just move adoption of all 3 minutes, and then we can take any corrections or amendments. Moved and seconded for adoption. Is there any changes, corrections, amendments on any of the three, September 5th or the two meetings on the 11th? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. And then we have receipt of committee minutes. We have 3 here. Can I have a motion to receive all 3? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That carries. We move to Mayor's remarks. You may notice I am moving right along because we have a big agenda tonight. So I'm just going to ask us all to keep our comments reasonably short, and I will be timekeeping. So if I make a comment that we're falling a few minutes behind, it's nothing personal. It's just going to try and keep things moving so we can finish here on time. My remarks, though, I do want to just acknowledge the last week was the Union of BC Municipalities Conference, which a number of members of council were able to attend. At that meeting, we had a good chance to meet with Minister Cullen, the Minister of Housing. There was quite a few excellent plenary sessions. So we talked about all kinds of things from housing to emergency management to decriminalization and public safety and asset management and on and on. It was very worthwhile, and appreciate the time spent both by the province and by all of the participants. At that, though, I want to point out we've never won the Community Excellence Award until last year, and now we've won 2 in a row. So we got the 2023 UBCM Community Excellence Award for our excellence in governance related to our strategic planning process, which is really the full circle of the planning, financial planning, annual reporting, quarterly reporting, and so forth. And really does represent a strong effort to make our finances and results, successful or not, as transparent as possible to the public. So congratulations to all the members of staff who do all that work. Ms. Bay in particular, I see, is here with us. He was very instrumental in that project, but work of many, many directors and leaders and council. I also want to just let people know there, if you've been down at Cattle Point, you probably noticed there's a large sculpture that's appeared down there. So the official unveiling, although it's been there for a bit, is going to be happening next week on Thursday in the morning. Exact details will come out with a press release shortly, but if you want to hold the date, that will be happening. It'll be a full event. Also want to let people know that there is an application process open for all of our committees and commissions. So if you're interested in serving on any of our committees or commissions, this is the time to put in your application. And last, and probably the least, but I got a kick out of it. Last week I got a chance to represent Oak Bay and receive this, which is a defining moment in BC sports history award for 2025 is going to be the 100th anniversary of the Victoria Cougars winning the Stanley Cup. The last team from out west here to win the Stanley Cup was done in Oak Bay. For those you don't know, there used to be a 4,200 seat stadium just by the high school where the Victoria Cougars played. And our little connection to NHL history is, you may remember the Patrick division. That was Lester Patrick owned and coached the team. That was what it was named after. When they left Victoria, when all of these teams in the West Coast League were bought, they were sold basically wholesale to Detroit, where they became the Detroit Red Wings. So if you're a Red Wings fan, you're actually an Oak Bay / Victoria Cougars fan. And if you're curious what the logo looked like, there you go. That's what the very exciting Victoria Cougars logo. That's the sum total of my remarks for today. But it was a very great event, and I really appreciate both the BC Sports Hall of Fame and the Greater Victoria Sports Hall of Fame keeping celebrating the events in our sporting history. Next we have the public comment and question period. So this is a chance for any member of the public who wishes to address council on things not on the agenda. So if you're here to speak to items on the agenda, then you can do that at that time. But if you're thinking about anything else, just if things of interest to the community, please come forward. I have a hand raised, so please come forward. The process here is you have up to 3 minutes. Just state your name, Municipality of Residents, and you have 3 minutes. You just have to push the button on the microphone so those online can hear you.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Murdoch and members of the council. My name is Steve Murphy, and I live in Oak Bay. My topic this evening is the condition of Oak Bay sidewalks. I sent each of you an email this afternoon bringing to your attention the disgraceful condition of the sidewalks and gutters, maybe curbs is a more accurate term, in much of Oak Bay. Not the sidewalks and gutters themselves, but the weeds that are growing in and on them. Weeds don't sound like a big deal until you look at the photos I included with the email to you. I think they quite dramatically illustrate what I'm talking about, and I hope you'll agree something has to be done about them. Unfortunately, for several years, nothing has been done about them. Look around Oak Bay, you'll see sidewalks and gutters clogged with weeds. It's become the norm. I'm not pointing fingers because I know funds are tight and there's a shortage of staff to do all of the more important things that have to be attended to in the municipality. But ride your bike, walk, or drive around our municipality, and I think you'll be appalled at just how bad this situation has become. So here's a suggestion I hope you'll consider. On average, 200 vehicles a day visit the Oak Bay dump. If each vehicle is charged $1 per visit, on the honor system, of course, that would equate to $200 a day, $1,200 a week, $4,800 a month, just shy of $60,000 a year. And what would you do with all that money? Well, the municipality could hire university or high school students every summer to remove the weeds I'm referring to. Ugly job, somebody has to do it. If you do the math, you could hire 3.5 to 4 students at $25 an hour for 7 hours a day, for 5 days a week, for 4 months, every summer. Maybe that's too simple, maybe I'm missing something, but a solution has to be found. I've been living in Oak Bay for 61 years. I've never seen it worse as far as sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. I don't spend a lot of time looking at them, but I sure noticed them recently, how bad they are. Of course, not everyone would pay the dollar because they say using the dump is covered by their taxes, and that's true. But I think most people would be glad to pay this nominal fee if the reason for it was explained to them in a one-page flyer that could be given to each vehicle as they arrive at the dump. I think it's worth a try, and I hope the union would be on side if the wages paid and the hiring process met with their collective agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. I can say, just for the record, we absolutely do notice the weeds. We don't count them either, but we know there's a lot out there, and we do think we have a solution. But just for those in the audience, out of curiosity, this really came when we did the pesticide ban. We did not have the ability to kind of scale up staffing to do it manually, so we've struggled with this, but we're looking at some quasi-mechanical solutions to help us resolve it. So just so you know, we are very aware.
Well, thank you. Thank you for saying that, and I know you do. And it's like graffiti. We attend to graffiti right away, and this is kind of like Mother Nature's graffiti. If we don't get onto it, we'll never catch up to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if
anybody
I
else?
could just ask Mr. Murphy who he sent the email to, because I've just looked in my inbox and I don't see anything from Mr. Murphy, so perhaps he could send it through staff again so we can all
But it
see.
was sent to OB Council, is that? Yeah, so it probably just hasn't been forwarded if it came in late, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Is there any other members of the public, either online or in person, who wish to speak? Yeah, please. Oh, no, someone's waving. Thought they were raising their hand to speak. I don't see any hands being raised online within the Zoom app. I don't see any hands being raised in the room. Last chance. Anybody wish to speak to us on anything not on the agenda tonight? Thank you. And by the way, that's exactly the kind of reason we have this public participation period, is so people can raise things in this meeting. So thank you for doing that. And coming forward, we move on then to presentations. It's my pleasure to present the 2023 Alan Cassidy Award. And I believe we have 2 members representing here as recipients. Great. So I'll call you forward, but I'm just going to give a quick brief background on what this is. So the Alan Cassidy Awards, for those who don't know, are named after the former Oak Bay councillor Alan Cassidy, who was an architect and helped establish the Recognition of Building and Achievement Awards in 2004. The awards are specifically here to recognize notable new buildings or renovations that either have significant aesthetic or architectural appeal, provide important social benefit or impact, and or have outstanding environmental sustainability design elements. And so today, this got a little bit bumped off the rails during COVID, so we're back into a regular annual process here, and I'm very pleased to announce that the 2023 award is, the winner is for 3800 Finnerty Road, which people are wondering where is that. It is the one-story district energy plant up at the University of Victoria, which was completed in September 5th of 2019. So there's an award here, which is a beautiful drawn sketch of the building, and maybe we can come forward and I can present that award. But just a brief back as you come forward, this is an example, outstanding example of an engaging and innovative design. Actually, yeah, in this space here is probably the best. What is normally a very maintenance-oriented building is in this case aesthetically pleasing and intriguing. It's impressively environmentally sustainable with gold LEED certified with 10% energy consumption reduction annually. And I'm just going to read from the architectural website's this description of it. The University of Victoria District Energy Plant replaces 3 separate natural gas-fired boilers that dated back several decades. Heat is pumped from the new plant through a vast network of hot water pipes to 32 buildings on campus. The new plant has had a direct and immediate benefit to university operations as well as the environment, with a 10% annual reduction in the amount of energy required to heat facilities on campus. This highly sustainable project is targeting LEED Gold certification, underscoring the university's commitment to environmentally responsible facilities. There we go. And I'll come around the corner there and I'll hand over the award. And I believe, is it John Tierney and Esteban Mateos are here, is that correct? Is that? Okay. Mr. Tierney, nice to see you again. I'll come around here and make it official. Thank you very much. Yes, hang it proudly. All of you wondering and looking around the room here, those are the pictures you see hanging around the room as well. Just because I haven't given one of those out in a long time, there's nothing else I have to do on this particular agenda item, is there, before I move on? Looking around? No? Okay, good. So we have one of our delegation here. We have the an update on the Oak Bay Deer Project from the Urban Wildlife Stewardship Society. Ms. Bay, I think you're here. Are you going to introduce this? And then we have representatives from Urban Wildlife Bright to come forward and present. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can, as you know, to provide a brief introduction while the Urban Wildlife Stewardship Society gets ready to present. They are here today to provide an update on the status of their deer immune contraceptive research project. In response to Council's invitation from last year, in November of last year, for an update to be provided in June of this year. Their presentation was originally scheduled for June, but unfortunately a family emergency required the presentation to be delayed. And this is the first opportunity for the team to present. Society can provide a brief introduction to the presenter, who then will provide the presentation that Council requested. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. And welcome, Ms. Kilpatrick. I did note in the presentation there's a lot of pieces in here that are talking about the communications piece. Just given the nature of our agenda tonight, as much time as we can spend on the science and where we're at and that sort of process, that would be appreciated. So I have 5 minutes here in total. I'll hand it over to you, and you can introduce yourself and then the next presenter as well.
So thank you for that, but can I just clarify, because we were scheduled for a 20-minute presentation?
No
That's what we were-
delegations. Delegations don't have.
That was what had been agreed upon and what has been prepared.
Okay, we don't have time for 20 minutes tonight, we really don't, but perhaps we can kind of keep it down to 10 minutes, and again, if we can focus primarily on the science piece.
So the science piece is important of it. So first off, thank you for having us tonight. Again, we are coming at the request of Council. I wanted to introduce Alina Fisher, who will be doing the presentation, and actually the communication piece of the Urban Deer Research Project is an incredibly important piece of it. It's an integral piece to it, and it's not one that has been covered before. So this was an opportunity to cover that which really ties into the research and the data analysis and so on. Alina is a wildlife biologist with a master's in science communication. She's been an integral member of our team, and she's also a PhD candidate. She is one of the team members, along with Dr. Jason Fisher, Wiley Fuller, and Sandra Frey, who we're really proud to let you know that the first publication, the first paper, has been published in a peer-reviewed journal, the Urban Ecosystems. It is now out. We've had the word from some senior wildlife biologists from the province that this has been incredibly important work. It's specific to habitat selection, and this is just a really important piece of it as well, along with communications, and so we're really excited to be able to share that information with you. And I'll now turn it over to Alina.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Fisher.
Hello, Mayor Murdoch and council members. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk about this. So as Christy mentioned, we're here to give you an update, not just on the science, but also on the science communication that we have been doing and why. Next slide, please. So we know Columbia black-tailed deer are a native species here, and First Nations actually utilize deer for food, and we're managing our Garry Oak ecosystem specifically to try to entice deer to be here. And though we know that deer existed on the landscape, we did not know exactly how many deer existed on the landscape historically, because part of First Nations knowledge is not about quantitative record keeping. And so one thing we can take, though, is the deep history of this place is of humans and deer that coexist within the same physical sphere. Next slide. Humans love the same kind of habitats that deer do, and we have built our houses here, and we have been using fire suppression to protect those resources. And that's resulted in so much habitat loss that we've only got about 5% of Garry Oak habitats still remaining intact. And so what may be happening is that we may have been developing into the refugia that deer originally enjoyed, that allowed deer to live amongst us, but unseen. And another problem is that deer, as well as other mobile urban wildlife, cross political boundaries just like we can. They're unaware of these boundaries between Oak Bay and adjacent municipalities. And so we might just be chasing them from one municipality into the next. Next slide, please. So to give you a bit of context, many long-time Oak Bay residents have stories about how rare it was to see deer in their childhood, and hence the fact that they're so visible now must mean that there's just too many of them. And in fact, this overabundance rhetoric is actually quite common because of predator release due to the effective exclusion of cougars and bears. We assume that deer populations must have grown without limit. And this overabundance is a nuisance, but also poses a perceived danger to public pets and property. But, you know, as you can see in these sorts of examples, sentiment towards coexistence with deer was generally quite negative within Oak Bay. You can see I've highlighted terms like overabundant, exploding deer population, and calling for a cull. Next slide. But while some community members were vocal about statements that Oak Bay was overrun with deer, the community has been divided, and other community members vocally cherish their interactions with their backyard deer, saying that they're the fondest memory for visitors, and much love to our YYJ deer. Next slide. Community members have not only diverse perspectives, but little tolerance for those alternate perspectives. And you can see examples of this just by going on Oak Bay Local on Facebook, where you'll see many people both in support of coexistence with deer and for the eradication of deer, and many comments that go back and forth mocking and impugning one another. Next slide. The way residents in Oak Bay have been speaking to each other does little to bridge that divide on the issue, and those that are vocal tend to be those that are highly divergent perspectives rather than those with centrist viewpoints. And of course, the media environment that we currently live in really does matter. With Facebook pages and self-centered exposure to content on Twitter, even the news outlets that we subscribe to, this creates an echo chamber to further enforce our already held worldviews. Next slide. But this divisive media environment, how do people make sense of the issues of conservation or coexistence with wildlife? Public attitudes toward wildlife and conservation have shifted over the past few decades. Globally, we're seeing an increase in attitudes that support conservation and coexistence with wildlife, as well as those opposed to it. It's no longer the purview of wildlife biologists alone. Implementing conservation has become democratized, and so social license to conduct management makes or breaks its success. Next slide. In 2015, Oak Bay undertook a cull. Only 7 bucks and 4 does were removed. It's hard to tell if that cull was effective, as we didn't really know the number of deer to start with. But it did result in a loss of social license and further divided the Oak Bay community. Some felt so strongly opposed that there was vandalism of some of the clover traps used to trap the animals. And indeed, in Cranbrook, next. Oh, sorry, back up. I don't have my, got rid of my animations. Okay, in Cranbrook, which is that second visual in behind there, which implements culls, they find that the same problem of vandalism for this management method, which may actually have little efficacy, they've actually seen an increase of nearly 40% more deer since their cull. And so this has led Oak Bay to pursue non-lethal methods of control in the hopes of regaining social license around deer population management. Next slide. So then what have we been focusing on with UWSS communications? Firstly, reducing conflict with human and wildlife interactions. So this has included info on protective deer behavior during fawning and rutting seasons, the importance of keeping dogs on leash, discouraging active feeding, gardening with deer repellent plants, or creating physical barriers to protect gardens. Secondly, why immunocontraception has the potential to decrease the population size slowly enough to avoid a rebound effect of immigration from surrounding areas, or from an increased reproduction in a low competition environment. Thirdly, explaining why complete eradication of deer from urban environments is not a realistic target. And this has included the historic context of the species distribution and that the deer are meaningful to First Nations cultures. Fourthly, focusing on the value that coexistence provides. We tolerate and actively encourage bees and bats for the ecosystem services that they provide, like pollination and insect pest control. But there are ecosystem services that deer also provide. They prune our plants, which actually stimulates plant growth. They decrease fire risk by ingesting vegetative material and dispersal of native plants transported on their coat and through their gut. But our role can be not only to inform the science, but effective management, not merely reactionary and ineffective actions, but also correcting misinformation and misconceptions about living with wildlife. Next slide. And so this has been the single largest shift in how UWSS has made information available to the residents of Oak Bay, Greater Victoria, and the larger Canadian public. So not necessarily the change in information that's available, but rather the shift to actively discuss the issues around coexistence and management with wildlife. We've shifted away from the bias of needing to educate, like traditional media allows, which is one-way information like newspapers or radio broadcasts, but rather that we need to communicate, which is two-way. And that can be done easily through new media and the internet and social media to allow us to converse with people. So wildlife management is a divisive issue, but by valuing the opinions of others, we can all find understanding of what each of us is experiencing and find a way forward together. Next slide. So what have we found so far in our research?
Ms. Fisher, I'm just going to let you know we have about 30 seconds left to wrap up, and then we can take questions after that.
I'm sorry, but we were asked to provide a
We have
larger.
10 minutes in our bylaws, so I'll give you an extra minute or two, but we do want to get to the piece.
All right,
here.
you wanted to hear the science? So this is the science piece. So to test the effectiveness of immunocontraception, we plan to do density estimation before, during, and after. And this consisted of 39 camera traps across the municipality and informed by GPS telemetry on 20 does and marked all of the IC-treated does. Next. The survey of residents between 2014 and 2019 showed resident estimates of deer in Oak Bay varied between 500 to 1,000, but we found that there was much less deer than people tended to estimate. In that map, the small black circles denote camera locations without deer detections, and the purple ones denote deer detections, and the size of the dot indicates more deer detections. And when we ran our analysis, we were finding that there's actually a total population between 72 to 128 deer in all of Oak Bay, which is significantly less than estimates provided by residents. Next slide. And our home range analysis is showing that the home range size of deer within Oak Bay is between 1 to 2 orders of magnitude less than their wild living counterparts. Next slide. In terms of habitat selection, we found that the deer are strongly selecting for high vegetation greenness and large proportion of large residential lots, followed by golf courses and parks, and a very weak selection of small to medium-sized lots while avoiding areas with high road densities. Next slide. Now, with relative abundance, we found that the number of adults, which is that purpley blue color, has been staying fairly steady between the years, but you can see that the relative abundance of fawns, which is in pink, has decreased with continued application of immunocontraception annually since 2019. We expect, with less fawns available to recruit into the breeding population, and with natural adult mortality, we should start to see declines in the adult population shortly. So since you would like me to skip ahead significantly, I would like to go, one more slide, please. I just wanted to point out that there has been a strong shift in the attitudes towards urban deer based on Oak Bay's undertaking of this project. In 2016, the Oak Bay General Satisfaction Survey included a question on deer, and of the approximately 400 respondents, approximately 78% supported a cull, and just over 20% were opposed to a cull. But that was based on the information that a humane cull was the only option available to deal with the deer number. However, we now know there are other options available. Keep in mind that in the 2016 census, there were 18,000 residents in Oak Bay. Those 400 survey respondents account for only 2.2% of the population of Oak Bay. So then we know that 0.5% of the population love the deer and 1.5% hates the deer, which means the vast majority of Oak Bay residents did not respond because they didn't feel strongly enough to engage with the issue. That's what we in the communications field would call latent stakeholders. That means that deer are not an issue for them. Either they tolerate the deer or they aren't upset by them. They don't feel that they need to actually take part in it. If you could skip 2 slides, I can give you the comparison to the 2020 budget questionnaire, which had a same number of respondents, yet the perception of deer has shifted quite dramatically. Though there's still a vocal minority that does call for complete eradication, 54% of respondents believe that the number of deer should be permitted to increase. 1/3 are okay with the current population. That means that instead of the split with 78% in favor of culling in 2016, now it's more like 88% in favor of maintained or larger deer population sizes, and only 12% who want to see them reduced in numbers. Keep in mind that the number of latent stakeholders did not change, the same number of people did not engage with the survey, and that implies some level of satisfaction with current conditions. So I'll leave it there since you're cutting me off.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Sorry, my apologies for the lack of the miscommunication. We're at 15 minutes now. You thought 20, I thought the bylaw says 10, so we're halfway. We'll split the difference
All right.
on those 2 things. I do appreciate you getting through those. questionnaire was asking whether or not the population was interested in increasing the funding to manage deer population or decrease it. So the increasing or keeping the same is actually people who are, so 54% is actually people saying we want to spend more money to manage deer. So it's actually, they want to reduce the population. It's not 54% wish to add to the deer population. Just for clarification, it was a
We know that
question
it's
in
not the
inverse.
exact same question.
Yeah.
It's just about trying to infer the change in the attitudes toward deer.
Thank you. Perhaps we can just go back to the, we don't need to go back to the slide, but there's a slide there about the fawning rates and so forth. So we'll take questions from members of council, but the big question, I think all of us, is it proving effective?
We're still analyzing the most recent data, but it looks like fawning rate has been consistently reduced while we've been applying immunocontraception.
Very good. I'll take questions from members of council to members of UWSS. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Oh, thank you. I just had a question with regards to the maps you showed today for the Harling Point neighborhood. There was no data collected that showed in either of those maps. And there's a apparent number of deer in that area. And so for those residents wondering, was that area part of your study?
For the, you're not familiar, Ms. Fisher, Harling Point is the most southerly part of, so just south of King George Terrace is a flat area south of Trafalgar Park. It's in the heat map, but not listed with any cameras.
That's a good question. We tried to put our cameras out at regular intervals, and so I know that we did lose a couple of cameras due to vandalism, and we also couldn't necessarily access sites because it was dependent on homeowner agreeing to having cameras there. But I don't know about trying to target specific neighborhoods. We just tried to spread them out evenly as best we could with the assumption that deer will wander, because they do.
Anything else, Councillor Smart? Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, certainly I'm not an expert in the field, but I'm wondering if the information that you're studying also captures any information on the general health and well-being of deer in this community versus what they would be in the wild. My personal observation is that certainly they seem to be quite thin, a number of them, and so I don't know if that is typical of urban deer or if it's information that is captured in your study.
When we handle the deer, our wildlife veterinarian, Dr. Adam Herring, does take measurements on health and quality of the animal, both in terms of subcutaneous fat, how much pinch you can get on them, and tooth wear. So nothing has been out of the ordinary for what you see in non-urban deer populations.
You have Councillor Braithwaite online.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And thanks, Mayor, for clarifying about that last slide, because that was my understanding as well, was that it was the dollars to manage the deer, not that there was an increase in people wanting to see more deer in the neighborhoods. And I'm still struggling with the fact that you're still analyzing the data that you have, because I guess that what I'm looking at is I'm wondering how many more years are you thinking of analyzing, and then what does that, because we're not doing any other immunocontraception in those years, how does that then increase the population that we have right now? So it just seems to me that well, I'll let you answer that question, then I'll ask another question.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Sure, that was a two-part question. So the first part is how long is it going to take to give you some new results? And we're expecting to have the most recent analysis ready to release by the end of the fall. It should be soon. There's an immense amount of data, and we want to make sure we're getting it right. And so that's why we're being very cautious before we're releasing it. But it's very close. I've been told that it should be ready by later this fall. So you'll get an update very quickly. In terms of what's going to happen to the population after we stop immunocontraception, so this is part of the original study design. We wanted to make sure that what we're seeing in terms of the decreased fawning rate is actually because of the immunocontraception and not some other random effect that we didn't include in the design. And so that requires stopping immunocontraception to see how the population recovers, if the fawning rates increase, if the numbers of deer increase. We're not sure. But if we see a change, that should tell us that immunocontraception is actually very effective at managing deer populations. And hopefully that will go a long way to allowing the province to approve it as something that you can action for management as opposed to just in this experimental design right now.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Braithwaite?
I'm good, thank you.
I think that's a no. I didn't, you've muted.
Sorry, yes, no, I'm good, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our guests. I'm just, in terms of abundance of adults, I think one of the things that the community is asking us about is to say, well, you know, if the overall aside from the nuisance aspect of things, I think people are interested in the idea of a reduced adult population, well, and juveniles as well, cutting down on the number of animals that are struck on roads. And I don't actually have the most recent numbers in front of me of mortalities by vehicles in the community, but just wondering how you track those types of incidents, if you will, along with the population density of, you know, both adults and juveniles.
That's a good question. We're not specifically collecting any data on collisions. I think ICBC publishes that annually within each municipality, but we don't have the exact locations where they were struck, so we don't know where there's necessarily hotspots. They seem to be selecting for areas with fewer roads, so they've kind of figured that out to avoid, generally speaking. Was there a second part to this question?
Councillor Appleton?
Through you, Your Worship. No, not directly. Just again, when we speak to the public about it, you know, there's definitely people who, you know, are concerned about the number of, not just because it's a, you know, potential damage to vehicles, but obviously not a. People will often refer to it as the wrong way to call deer or the wrong way to control the deer population. It just happens by accident, literally by accident, and so they will ask how the immunocontraception program helps reduce numbers of deer in a proposed humane way other than that. So it provides a counterpoint to that. So, but if that's not data that you're tracking directly, that's fine. Just if that data was available, then we'd relate that to the public.
Ms. Fisher, do you know, I mean, every year we pick up a large number of deer off the roads and so forth, Public Works does. Do you know, I'm assuming you're tracking those numbers as well year over year, are you?
No, we haven't been tracking them.
Okay. I don't think we have anybody in the room here from our Engineering or Public Works Department that would know the answer to that question. Ms. Bay, do you know the answer for the last year?
Your Worship, I don't have the most current number, but I do know that we track it.
Probably worth us having that. Can I answer that? You can. Go ahead, Ms. Kilpatrick.
Sorry, or just add to that. So one of the things that we learned back in, I think it was 2014, 2015, one of the things that we learned back in 2015, 2014 was that the records that the Public Works kept don't necessarily relate to vehicle strikes. So I believe in 2015, the number of carcasses that had been picked up was around 40. However, only 17 out of that were identified as definite vehicle collision strikes. There are other reasons that deer die. Our veterinarian has done postmortems on a number of them, and it's all been gastro. The other thing I wanted to point out is in terms of humaneness, one of the things that hasn't really been talked about is the fact that until we did IC, until this research was occurring, the main way was capture and bolt gun, which involved the nets being out for a few weeks, luring the animals into them. When they became comfortable into them, or into the traps, they were then captured. They would be rushed not by professional, not by veterinarians or anything like that. They would be bolt gunned in the head, their throats would be slit. So it wasn't talked about, but it's not a very nice way for them to go. So IC is definitely something that we think that the general public is more open to. And then finally, just in terms of going back to your questions, Councillor Appleton, around the adult population, if I could ask Alina to just talk about the fact that we can't actually, the adult deer that already are there have to go by natural attrition. Thank you.
I don't think you have to add to that. I think that's pretty clear. Yes, thank you. I don't see any other questions here from, oh, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, just thinking ahead, so should the numbers end up being conclusive this fall, or either way, I suppose we will receive a report that we could then take to the province. So I guess I just wanted to touch on the understanding of what that next step is. And I guess if the numbers aren't clear, just to hear about, I guess you would be requesting additional funding to do another year of study. Is that curious of next steps?
Ms. Fisher?
I am not sure what the next steps would be in terms of requesting funding, but if this shows a conclusive effect, then we have the ability to go to the province with your support to say, look, this is an effective management tool, and maybe that should be on the table for everybody in the province that's trying to deal with urban deer issue.
Okay, maybe I'll turn this to Ms. Bay. If that data comes back in the fall, perhaps could we have that come back to this table so we can give some direction to, I think the request would probably come from the council to the province, asking for that change with a letter of support from the science from EWSS. Is that a reasonable process that we might follow here?
Thank you, Your Worship. Typically what's happened is sometime around this time of year, is September, sometime between September and December, it's varied a little bit year to year. The province announces that they have a grant intake, and then they invite municipalities to apply for grant funding, and we would have that opportunity if the grant program was refreshed. I haven't heard anything one way or the other whether the program is going to be available this year. In the past, when the program has been available, it has required a resolution of council to go with that application. So as part of submitting another grant application, council would have the opportunity to weigh in on whether to do that. There is typically a requirement for matching funds to come from the municipality, and council would then be required to make a decision as to whether to make that money available for the grant application. So if there's no grant program available, then that obviously is also a decision for council as to how to proceed at that point, and we would be seeking council's direction.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you in a second. I'm just wondering if it may make sense for us to plan now for our grant application to apply for a production application of immunocontraception and attach whatever information we have from UWSS out of that. And maybe if it's not quite ready, we can say, please wait for our data to see and support, but that may be a better use of those grant funds if they're available. I actually haven't heard anything this year either, so that'd be a good sign. Ms. Fisher?
I just wanted to clarify, we won't know for sure whether the immunocontraception is the effective item until next year, because this is the year when we're not applying immunocontraception, and so we need to give, well, let's see what happens in the spring with how many fawns are born. That'll be our clear sign about whether it worked or not.
Thank you. At the end of the day, I think we have to just go and ask them. The province is not yet, unless they've given it to you, clear indication of what they consider to be adequate science to support this. So we'll try and work that together. Okay, I don't think unless there's any motions arising out of this piece at this point. Councillor Green?
I just have a comment, if I may make one.
Go ahead.
I wanted to thank UWSS very much for the presentation. I have always supported this project. I also think it's a groundbreaking project. It has provided Oak Bay with the opportunity to demonstrate municipal leadership in a very difficult problem, urban deer management. So for me, this has been a valuable partnership, and I commend you on the work that you've done, because I know it's been a huge amount of work, and the grant funding doesn't nearly reflect the amount of professional time, expertise, and energy that is committed. So thank you very much.
My apologies, there's a couple of hands raised from councillors online as well. Before I go to them, I'll just reiterate that. I know this has been successful largely because of the large amount of volunteerism and everything else that's come along with this. So I just really want to just echo what you said, Councillor Green. We do appreciate all the work that's gone on to this one. We're just, I think, eager to the next steps of this. Councillor Watson and then Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question to Ms. Fisher, please, just about the science. I do understand that there is one more year that we need to wait until we know what's happened. But at the end of that period in time, will we know if contraception is successful, what the cycle of its application needs to be to maintain the fawn count at a certain level? Will we know, for example, that 2 years on, 1 year off does it? Will we know that it needs to be 3 years on, 1 year off? How much will we really know from a science-based perspective to make recommendations to the province? If you could answer that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher?
That's a very good question, and I don't think that we necessarily know that right now. The opportunity to see how quickly the fawning rates increase again will give us an indication of just how effective it is. If it's slow to recover, then that will imply that it doesn't necessarily need to be every year, but we don't know right now what that looks like.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, and thanks for asking that question, Councillor Watson, because that was something that was of interest to me as well. I did, just to go back to something that Councillor Appleton had asked in regards to the number of carcasses that were picked up, I did go back and look, and in 2021, they picked up 85 carcasses, and in 2022, up to November 8th, they picked up 58. And I think it's important to note that, yes, not all of those were hit by cars. Some were either diseased or whatever, and some had to be put down by our own staff, which can be very traumatic as well. So, but those are the numbers that that we have so far up to date.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. All right, I just will leave it there and just thank you very much for coming in today, and I appreciate you coming in. I would have, I think originally it was June, just so we could have some planning for the intake of the pieces, but this gives us some information to guide us in our grant application discussion with the province. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, all of you, to stay around and watch the rest of the meeting, but we'll move on to other issues now. Up next is item 9, or section 9, reports and memorandums. This next little section doesn't have public input, but does have some decision making for council. We have a new project analysis for implementing climate and sustainability related projects and programs. Ms. Bay, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can provide a brief introduction. Late in June, Council directed that staff prepare a new project impact analysis for Council's consideration as soon as possible to identify staffing and budget implications of implementing current and potential. So in response, staff engaged the services of Boyson Strategic Services, led by Mark Boyson, professional with more than 15 years of local government sustainability and leadership experience. Mr. Boyson reviewed current district documents and climate action program resources, interviewed staff, and assessed potential future corporate and climate and sustainability opportunities, and then he prepared a summary report and a new project impact assessment, both attached to the reports before you. Mr. Boyson is in attendance remotely, and I saw his name up there earlier tonight, and he is available to present his findings and respond to questions, and we have his presentation here loaded to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boyson, I see you on our call, and I see the presentation up on the screen, so why don't you take over here?
Wonderful, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
And loud and clear.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And so it's a real pleasure to be able to help the District of Oak Bay on this project. And I'll just give a very quick background on myself. I started out my career as an environmental management consultant. And then I moved to local government and started with the District of Saanich in 2008 to set up their initial sustainability and climate action programs, and spent 8 fantastic years there working dedicated on climate action. I moved to the city of Victoria for 1 year before making a leap into senior management role, and I jumped over to the little town of Ucluelet, where I became the CAO and I spent 4 years in Ucluelet. And then I've stayed in senior management roles with the Cowichan Valley most recently, and now I live on Salt Spring Island and work for the North Salt Spring Water District, leading water challenges water challenges for the district here on Salt Spring. And so, but I've been asked by CAO Williams and Sina Bay to be able to provide the district and council with this project. So I'm really pleased to be able to help out with it. And it's been really exciting for me, especially with the roots back in Salish and Victoria. There are a few staff that I've been able to catch up with as well with the same background. So I will try to be as succinct as possible. Climate action can be a tricky topic to do that, but I will do my best to move quickly through the slides here and then answer any questions that you may have. So can we go to the next slide, please? So the senior management staff put before me a challenge here, and the purpose of the review is to focus on the climate action work, and really what they noticed was that it appeared to be a skills and capacity gap that was identified. And so what they wanted to do is look at, be able to focus on sort of current programs and resources and to identify where the gaps are and see what sort of steps we could take to provide some options to council to take some action on filling in some of those gaps. So, and the recommendations were really, I tried to focus on designing them to meet the goals of council and community as well, and essentially just to provide that path forward. There's always going to be the sort of ongoing changes within the climate change work. It's been a lot of changes over the last 15 years and some amazing progress. And so this project was really to focus on getting that path clarified. Can I get the next slide, please? And so as Sina mentioned, that just the key tasks, these are all virtual tasks, just like I'm talking to you now. So I focused on interviews with senior staff and then review documents that were all available from work that has climate action commitments and actions and reporting over the last 10, 15 years. And then I developed a list of recommendations and to address those gaps. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to touch briefly on the climate buckets as I coined the term for this presentation, but how I think about climate action and how best to be able to divide up how you approach these different types of challenges and actions that you have for climate change, really to break it out into mitigation, adaptation, community and corporate buckets, all terms that I know council and staff are familiar with, but it's just wanted to reinforce that really when it comes down to, dictating how you plan, implement, and also communicate these climate topics, these are really helpful buckets to think about for each of the projects. Next slide, please. So the findings out of the talking with different senior staff members and then also going through all the documents, is able to identify quite a few positives about the climate action program. And firstly, the council and senior staff commitment. It's shown over the years that there's a strong commitment to taking action on climate change. The work of the Community Climate Action Working Group over the years has led to a bunch of different supporting foundational pieces that can really be built upon. And interviewing the interviews with the senior staff, you can feel there's a desire amongst the senior staff to keep the momentum going with climate action and make things better. So I actually worked sometimes, we all worked in the region together when it came to climate action and energy work. And I was very familiar with the Oak Bay program when it came to corporate greenhouse gas and energy reduction efforts that have been done over the years, because we used to share a lot of information with each other across the municipalities. And there's some real success that's been shown with the energy reduction efforts, and that's led to greenhouse gas reductions in operations on the corporate side. Documents have many longstanding commitments and targets in them. And then there's also many positive projects on the mitigation and adaptation front. And that includes the Developing Asset Management Program, which has mitigation and adaptation components built into it. as is currently underway. So some really positive things that are going on. And so the next slide, what I've done to keep things succinct, as was my original plan, was just I thought I'd build what the opportunities for improvement would be, just aligned with the recommendations. So it's laid out a little bit differently in the report, but my primary recommendation is to establish the Community Building and Planning Department as the lead for the Climate Action Service, and then also establishing a full-time climate action coordinator or planner position. And there's different ways to do this, but generally the consensus amongst the majority of the senior management team was that the planning department was the best option for leading the climate action work. And this recommendation really focuses on, an opportunity here to improve a couple of key areas. And what I heard from a lot of the senior staff was about program ownership and leadership. And while they do want to, move forward programs in their areas, it is very challenging. And I've had the experience of this myself, of a lot of demands and a lot of priorities for the different managers within their areas. And it would be really beneficial to have a lead position and a lead service, or somebody to be able to dedicate their time and support the different departments to move forward on climate action. Improve consistency with the community and corporate GHG measurement and monitoring. There is some monitoring data that was available, but my observation was that this could be more consistent overall for Oak Bay. Regular reporting of climate action progress. I think there's an opportunity there to add some of the climate action reporting into the annual reporting processes, and quarterly reporting to the board, to the council, and then also strategic use of the funds as well. So the hope is that when you have your department service for climate action set up within the department, that you can try to really put some focus onto how to be strategic with how you use the climate action funds you have in the grants. And I'll be speaking to the funding piece just briefly at the end here. But overall program coordination. So currently there's a couple of programs that are under development. And so the GHG reduction retrofit program and the rebates program, these could really benefit from some coordination, and also for be able to leverage opportunities that are out there, including support from the Capital Regional Districts Climate Action Program. There's some significant support there that could be accessed and leveraged as well. Adaptation leadership and support for departments as well can come through this. So the adaptation work can just be a little more coordinated. And then staffing to support all departments, as I mentioned, to be able to explore partnership opportunities and support priorities as well. And I'm highlighting that just to make sure that I think it's one of the cautionary tales of climate action rules. And I've worked with a lot of different positions across different municipalities, and they can go in many different directions sometimes. And it's really important that the priorities are really clear, and they have to be constantly revisited as well to make sure that it's successful, but also staying on the priorities and for the council and for the district as well. So chasing grants, for example, for certain projects that might be out there, do they align with what the current vision is for the council and the community? So that's that first recommendation. And there's one before that. Yep. So, and the second recommendation is to develop a climate action plan. And this would be for the community and for corporate or municipal operations. So there hasn't actually been a dedicated climate action before for Oak Bay. And I think this would be very beneficial for renewing the climate action vision and goals, updating GHG and energy reduction targets, prioritizing actions and programs, and also the policies needed to reach the targets. And then you can also use this plan as a basis for your reporting out to council and to the community, how you're doing and where you're headed to for next steps. So, and I just have some highlights down at the bottom there. Just many plan components exist. So the Community Climate Action Working Group had quite a few components within that work that could be funneled into a climate action plan. There's some significant pieces of a climate action plan already in place at Oak Bay. They could all be aligned together. And then just lastly, just an opportunity to confirm climate risk and adaptation planning as well within the climate action plan. I think assessing risk overall is sort of big picture for the organization. I think would be a good first step as well as a part of this climate action plan. It doesn't mean that this becomes a full adaptation plan, though. You might want to do a separate adaptation plan. So the recommendation is to move forward with an action plan that might have some components of adaptation as well in it. It just depends on budget and the opportunities and how far you want to explore each of the different components. So that would have to be assessed by staff. And the last slide is just some recommendations, funding details. So my overall recommendation is just to maximize the existing funds. So the first recommendation about the position and the service is to utilize the provincial climate program funding. So this used to be called CAREP funding, and there was reports that were submitted to the province every year. And based on your carbon tax amount, you'd get this money back. But this program has been updated and changed, and so the reporting requirements are still there, but there's a higher amount of funding that's being provided, and it's not directly connected to the carbon tax money anymore. So this 146,000 will be received in September, and I'm recommending that money goes to the position. And these funds, we have been informed that they will be, they're expected to increase gradually each year moving forward. I confirmed that with the province as well. And the second funding recommendation, just for the climate action plan, I'm recommending actions like developing the climate action plan and other larger projects, or potentially, contributions to projects that support other departments moving forward on climate action, is that you use the Climate Action Reserve Fund for it. So the climate action plan is estimated at between $50,000 or $100,000, depending on the type of work and the level of engagement that you want to take. And the funds can also be used to leverage, you can use the money within the Climate Action Reserve Fund to leverage other grants as portions for a grant. And also, like I mentioned, supporting all the departments. It can be, there might be funding within different departments, and this can be used to augment some of those other projects that help to move climate action forward. So, future sustainable funding can be determined as funds draw down. Salish, we developed a carbon fund way back when, and that's similar to the reserve fund, except it was based on, instead of collecting money and putting it towards buying carbon offsets, we put that money towards a fund that would help for programs within the operations primarily, but also for community programs. But there's some different types of philosophies on that and how things could be done. But there's some options out there about how you want to keep maintaining those funds in the reserve, or it might be annual requests through council budgeting process. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Anyway,
Wilson.
thank you for your time, and that is, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and that's the end of my presentation.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but you and I met with our staff in 2012, I think, to look at what Salish was doing with the CAREP, or the pre-CAREP thing, to allow us to redirect our meeting and discussion and your guidance to our staff on how to do it. So we actually managed to pay for a lot of our LED lighting and so forth in our district through that program. So
right.
So thank you for that.
I do remember that.
Yes, many years ago now. Good grief. So questions of Mr. Boyson at this point. Go ahead, Councillor Green, then Patterson.
Through you to our guest, thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. And I just wanted to ask you if you could give us some examples for clarity, sort of specific practical examples around climate action, because the word action is an important word in any program. And I think, like so many of us in the room and in the community, we need to understand what actions are practical, what actions we can take now. There is some impatience about this. I think this summer was a horrendous wake-up call in British Columbia and in other parts of the world around temperature and fires and so on. So I think it's important to have a process, certainly, and a framework, and talk about goals and aspirations. But are there some practical examples you could give us that we could do now to address some of these concerns? Thank you.
Mr. Boyson.
Thank you. So I didn't do really justice to all in the report. I have a lot of the information about the good work that is going on, and there's some specific work that's already happening in Oak Bay. And when it comes to active transportation, that I've been gone through the discussion quite quickly. So there are around transportation and buildings still, if you want to try to keep it simple, there's a significant amount of benefit to just focusing on transportation alternatives and buildings. And there's some big moves that have moved forward over the last 10, 15 years that the province has supported on for sure. So I lean towards the climate action plan as a recommendation to determine what's the priorities for the community, because that engagement will show, well, what's your priorities and what do you think is the best things that, you know, fit for your community and for your council, and where you can focus your priorities. I have a long list of ideas and projects I'm happy to share. What would be the first ones to jump into? I think the work with electric cars, some of the initiatives with your police department, for example, are fantastic. I think that, you know, cycling and the step code opportunity there is something that I think is discussing with your planning department, is that there's a conversation is going to be coming back again at some point. So there's a lot of things to, I guess I just don't want to start to list off many of the things you've probably heard of already before.
Yeah, I think I'll
It
stop
really
that.
depends on what's best for the council.
Yeah, I think we could spend many hours having that conversation, not what we're here for tonight. I appreciate the effort to answer the question. Councillor Green, you wanted to follow up?
Just very quickly, and thank you very much for your honest answer. Just one more thing. There is a huge focus now on densification and housing in a number of our municipalities in the province generally. So I will look forward to some ideas around climate mitigation in building new homes and housing in Oak Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Patterson, then Braithwaite, and then Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Boyson. I guess I would like to understand better is the recommendation that the responsibility for managing the adaptation be resting with building and planning, and I guess I see it personally as more resting with asset management, which has been a real focus for this council last term and this term, because of our focus on the need to replace all of the infrastructure which is past its useful life, and our municipal buildings which are also in fairly dated condition. And so I see those as being part of our asset management focus, where we have already allocated plans for funding, and we're still trying to get to an implementation plan for a 10-year capital plan. But I see the asset management as not only leading the funding and the project analysis for capital improvements, but also the life cycle costs, which bring in the operational component. So for a fully rounded program, and I see it not so much as just being curbing of emissions, because I think certainly, as Councillor Green raised in her points tonight, this last 2 summers has really brought home the need to strengthen adaptation to climate change, which is already here. It's no longer trying to prevent it. We have to adapt. And I think the province has certainly emphasized that more in their last statements, that are advising communities to protect species, ecosystems, and watersheds, and have climate-ready infrastructure that strengthens the capacity to anticipate and respond to events like wildfire, floods, and heat waves. And so I see a lot of that as really being all part and parcel of the asset management plan, rather than building and planning. And perhaps Mr. Boyson could just comment on how he got there.
Turn that into a question for Mr. Boyson. Mr. Boyson, perhaps you could just address the rationale for including it. If there's going to be a position in a department, why building and planning?
Thank you for the question. So overall, the linkages for planning department to buildings and to land use planning, I think is there's a lot of reasons that it makes a lot of sense. I've been in different departments, and when I was in City of Victoria, I was in engineering, so it can be done differently, and we did focus on asset management there. But based on between what staff have mentioned and also what I believe is best for Oak Bay, I think that from the buildings and transportation and land use side of things, there's a lot of benefits for having it within the planning department. But what has to be, I guess, highlighted is that all the departments are going to have climate action related initiatives. And I think that the work within the asset management program is imperative that I understand from staff that there's going to be a climate risk assessment component that's coming up as a part of the asset management program. And so that could be used as a foundation for the future adaptation work to understand what the priorities are. And I think what I've really tried to put into this plan here and this recommendations is that it's about trying to find those priorities for the community, because there is so much work that you could be doing, but how do you prioritize and be responsible with available funds and resources? So.
Thank you, Mr. Boyson. I'm just going to ask us all just to remember to try and keep our questions reasonably short, so we can get through them. I think we have a number of options here, either whether we want to move forward with the position, and if so, the time frame of that position, the nature of it, I think are probably the key pieces here. So I think we want to just keep our things. Anything else, Councillor Patterson, in terms of questions?
I'll let it go on then if we were trying to reduce the amount of information. Thank you.
I'm not trying to restrict, I'm just asking that there was a 4-minute question. I just asking that the questions are quicker so that we can get to questions and answers and get to a direction here. So if there's any other additional questions, Councillor Patterson, please go ahead at this time. Okay. I have Councillor Braithwaite, then Appleton, then Watson.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I'll be very quick. It's so great, so timely that you're bringing this forward, Mr. Boyson, so thank you for that. It was really great to read in the report about the hydroelectric consumption that's been reduced by 25% since 2008, and the natural gas 17%. And I know that our Parks, Rec and Culture department did a lot of work on that with Ken, who was doing that work for us. I agree we do need to update our OCP targets. And the Climate Action Reserve Fund, it's great that it's going to be over $300,000 by the end of 2023. My 2 questions would be, number 1, could this position be shared with another municipality, or would it be better for us to perhaps look at it as a 1-year contract? And then my second question would be, if we did have that position, could the corporate climate action plan not be developed by that person who's hired for that position, rather than the need to have an additional 100,000 K for a climate action plan? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. Mr. Boyson.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question. So I think it could be challenging to do it as shared with another municipality. I think to just make sure that it's really focused on Oak Bay's needs, but I don't think I've seen that done before across the municipalities, unless there was some work that was done through the CRD as a shared component. But no, we talked about some different options about part-time. I think there'd be concerns, say, for example, of a part-time employee versus a full-time employee. I think the level of dedication and expertise and the level of capacity within the climate action professional themselves, you'll be able to get a higher quality level of position if it's a full-time position. And then regarding the plan, I think that's an option. It all depends on the how it works best for Oak Bay, but there's an opportunity there that, it's recommended that the funding is required to develop a plan if you want to do a consistent level of engagement with the community as well. So it depends how much the council feels that the conversation is already established. I think is it ready to get moving on with a plan, then you could probably reduce the costs. Or if you want to do some more engagement and make sure you really understand what the priorities are for the community, then I'd recommend using the money that's available to be able to move the project forward. But a corporate plan is something that you could have the internal staff member be able to put more time into, or to support the consultant in it. You could definitely offset some of the costs with that staff person.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I have Councillor Appleton and then Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be brief here. Just, it's probably more a question for staff or possibly also for Mr. Boyson, but just as part of this gap analysis, what was the analysis of evaluating the option of redeploying existing staff capacity? And I think I know the answer to that question, and I know there's not a lot of additional staff capacity there, extra staff capacity, and that's why the gap analysis is being done. But what did that consideration look like?
Mr. Boyson?
I thank you for the question. I can just say that I was asked, I think, to conduct this work with the understanding that there was a capacity concern. So, and that's generally based on my findings from meeting with staff, and based on my observations of the documents. I think there's some, if the district would like to move forward more, I think it has to be some added resources and capacity is required. But that's I'll leave that to staff. That's just my recommendations from my really a general snapshot of the overall situation.
Anything else, Councillor Appleton?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just Oak Bay, I think when the topic of this type of position has come up previously, it reveals that Oak Bay is in a...
Only because of what wasn't here.
I think Oak Bay is in a difficult, a bit of a challenge because it is big enough to require a certain amount of capacity, and there's an expectation that we take action on these types of matters, but obviously not the same capacity as some of our neighbors. So, as far as a jurisdictional scan that might have been informing Mr. Boyson's work, you know, what is the typical layout or the typical role description for a sustainability professional in a municipality of this size, and how does it compare to something that might be larger or smaller?
Thank you for that. Mr. Boyson?
Thank you. In the report, there's some details about what could be essentially a job description. But I did take it from some different, try to put it together that would fit for Oak Bay, but at the same time, I can't say exactly for the size of Oak Bay that it would be the right fit. So I think that generally those actions are all duties that some position that would be well suited for Oak Bay and address the current gaps. So no, I think that I'm not sure if I can answer it any better than that. I don't have any sort of additional comparisons, and if I wasn't asked to do the full comparison of other positions as a part of this project.
Just a quick follow-up, Your Worship, and I appreciate that. So, I mean, what I take from that is that there isn't necessarily a strict prototype for job descriptions for a position of this type.
Boyson?
No, thank you. That's correct. I mean, it tends to be probably about half or 75% of the details of the jobs will be very common. There's a lot of different climate action positions being hired right now. I tend to track that information a little more than others around BC, but there's a lot of positions being hired, and they generally have that with some specific needs for the municipality or the city that they're in as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Anything else?
Leave it at that.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Just one final question, Your Worship, and I thank you, Mr. Boyson, for the information. This one I think is directly for staff. The way that the recommendation in the staff report is phrased, it specifically relates to funding provided from the reserve and from annual provincial, local government climate action program funds. So it doesn't specifically specify term as far as a term for the position, but the way that I read this recommendation, the position, if approved, would be specifically tied to that ongoing funding. So if that funding, for whatever reason, were removed or evaporated for any reason, then council would need to revisit how that position were to be funded. Do I have that correct?
Ms. Bay?
That's correct, Your Worship. Staff would bring that back through the budget process.
Thank you for that. Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, a question first to Mr. Boyson, and then a question for staff. So, Mr. Boyson, thank you. I really appreciate the report. It's extremely timely, and I think you've made a very good case for why we need this kind of focus if we're going to be able to move our climate action agenda forward. And one of the things you do touch on is measurement. Without measurement and seeing where we're going, it's really hard to be able to say how well we're doing or not. And I just have a question about measurement as an exercise within this position, and whether there are you've got years of experience, but are there good kind of off-the-shelf tools or dashboards or things that we could implement as a municipality which would allow us to gather up and then report out on our progress?
Mr. Boysen?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to your corporate emissions, you already have an excellent system in place where you already have your processes, and that was built through between Hydro and Fortis data that's all collected. So that's already in place. And then there's an opportunity to use the data that's already there from the CRD. Their climate action team is already compiling every 2 years community data. And that's something that can be provided and reported out on, and that can help to be put towards the climate action plan as well. So in essence, it's essentially there already for you to build the climate action plan.
Thank you. And now I guess this question is probably for our Director of Finance, if he's there, or if not, our Deputy Director of Finance. And I just wanted to know if these funds that we receive under the Climate Action Program that we're going to receive each year, this year, about $146,000 and change, if they are not allocated to this position as suggested in the report, what actually happens to them? Where do they get deposited, and how are they accounted for currently in our municipal budget? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Bay, are you able to answer that question, or should I invite Ms. McCarron up here to answer the question?
Your Worship, I see your Director of Finance, Christopher Payne,
he
is
is
also
online.
available online.
Well, so he is. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Payne, are you listening? And if so, are you able to answer the question of what happens to the money if we don't spend it?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I understand correctly, the question is what happens to the LG CAP funding if it's not spent? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Through Your Worship, the agreement that we've signed with the province haven't stipulated that hypothetical. So it simply does restrict the funding for climate-related reasons. So presumably the funds would just be retained and sit there until they could be used for that purpose.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, anything else?
No, that's fine, and I'll take my hand down.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. I just have one quick question. I'll go to, there's a second time question here as well. But Mr. Boysen, in your consideration of this, it touches on possible terms and things from a financial perspective. But I'm curious if there's any value in us looking at a very time restricted term for this project to both sort of enact the priorities that council has supported that came out of the Community Climate Action Group and and developing a climate action plan to a year or 18 months or 2 years, whatever. And is there any value in that to just, given the urgency of the need, to make sure there's a real focused effort to complete that work in a timely fashion, and that would perhaps inform a longer term strategy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's a tricky question because I completely understand the desire to move quickly on things, but then there's I would say philosophically, though, that the establishment of full-time position for long-term would actually, for the long-term, build the foundations that would be beneficial for years to come. Versus if it was a contractor, for example, a short-term position could possibly provide some of those the climate action plan moving forward and supporting the different departments. But I think it's the long-term potential for supporting the different departments in all their climate action work over time that would be beneficial for having a permanent position. But it can be done, and you could actually see how it goes for the first 2 years. And to be honest, my first role was a 2-year temporary position, and it evolved into something from there. So it absolutely can be done in different ways. I'm giving you some honest thoughts here of the way I think it can go. So,
All right, thank you for that. Back to you, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Boysen. Thank you, Mr. Boysen, very much for speaking about the progress that has been made continuously in the district, and there has been considerable amount of progress over the years. Also, this council has made a commitment to energy and environmental sustainability in all projects going forward. So hopefully that is a mindset across across the board, and we are a small community with no industrial or heavy commercial industries that are heavy users of this. So I'm just wondering about your opinion then, if given that we have so much work to do on the district's infrastructure and in our buildings, if in fact a lot of the sustainability for energy and environmental could and would be then built into projects by the engineering done on those projects at the time that the projects are put online for the financial plan.
Mr. Boyson?
Yes, thank you for the question. And I think that definitely could come out of the asset management work, is to be able to have, there could be some specific projects and opportunities identified. They could all have an energy and greenhouse gas reduction potential benefit to them as well.
Thank you. I don't see other questions here. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mayor, actually just a question for staff before we go on further. I just wanted to clarify that the recommended motion in the report does encompass the two main recommendations from the consultant.
It is a very simple motion inside the agenda package, but when you read it in conjunction with the presentation, it creates a clear path to both a climate action plan and at least a term position for a position to manage some of this work. Ms. Bay, the motion that's here is a recommendation. Does that encompass both those aspects?
Thank you, Your Worship. That would be staff's take on it if council were to pass this recommendation. But if council wants to be more clear about it, certainly possible to add that, to tag that on to the motion.
Here's my recommendation for simplicity. If the will of council is to just move it forward as that, we'll just take the motion as is. If there's a desire to say be a bit more prescriptive, i.e. limit it to a 1-year term or a 2-year term, do something else with it, then I would suggest that perhaps that language be used as an amendment, but otherwise I think we treat the original motion as is, given the understanding of staff. So at this point, I don't see other questions. I don't want to take comments unless we get a motion on the floor. So
I have a question, Mayor, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite. My apologies. I did not see your hand.
No worries. I just want to go back to what you said, because my understanding was from what staff, one of the answers that staff gave was that this would actually be really a 1-year term based on the funding that came about. And if that funding didn't come about again for the following year, then they would have to come to council and ask to have that position funded for another year. So my understanding of the recommendation is that it would be a position for a 1-year position. Am I understanding that incorrectly?
I'll turn to staff on that one. My read of it was that it was at least a 2-year term based on the language that was in here and the scope of work, but staff, perhaps, if the motion passes here, what is that expectation? Because we have one councillor asking if it's 1 year, and my understanding it was 2, so perhaps there's some clarity here, and at least we have some understanding. I believe the wording in the report is that there's 2 years of funding currently available, and that would fund the position.
Your Worship, we couldn't go above what's available in the funding. So the financial statement that's in the report in terms of the impact is that that's how much money is available, as is set out in the report, and we couldn't make any commitments in excess of that without council's blessing.
So if I might, Mayor, then that to me would mean that whoever, if this moves forward, whoever was accepted for that position would have the understanding that the funding could be stopped at a certain point.
Staff, I can't take nods.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that would be how we would need to proceed.
All right.
Unless funding was found from some other source. Your Worship, just to clarify, the recommendation here is that staff be directed to add that item into the council priority plan. So what would happen would be that we would come back with that as a funded initiative in the 5-year financial plan. And at that point, council, we will take council's direction from this and bring it back through the 5-year financial plan. And if at that time council sees how the rest of the financial plan pans out, that is either favorable or not favorable, you can confirm that. But we would be simply at this point adding it as an item in the council priority plan and coming back with details on that through the 5-year financial planning process.
Very good. So the actual approval of this comes when the budget is adopted. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That does help. Councillor Braithwaite, anything else?
No, thank you. That does help for my clarification as well, because my next question was going to be around whether or not we needed to have the $100,000 in there. So but Ms. Bay has answered my question. Thank you.
Very good. I might just get the motion recommendation here on the floor, and then Councillor Patterson, do you have another question?
Just about option 1, and thank you for the clarifications on what the staff are recommending and directing those 2 priorities and the recognizing the limited amount of funding that we have. I also want to just clarify that this funding tool that we get, and I do believe that the province is committed to the continuance of funding over the longer term, but that is also particularly in with the site that this isn't just about reducing emissions, it's also about adaptation to climate change, and that's very much our infrastructure and ecosystems. And I want to ensure that the understanding is that this position would also look at that component of it, which the province is now framing as the #1 goal.
Sure. Mr. Boyson, you drafted the general description here. Is that your understanding of what the position would include?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your worship, I would just go ahead and move the receipt of the staff report.
Moved, seconded. Don't usually debate receipt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any opposed? Unopposed? That carries.
And I'd be pleased at this time, your worship, to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? I'm sure people would probably we've had some questions that implied pieces here, but I don't want to have long speeches if that's okay, just so we have to get through things, but I do appreciate this. It's when you're making decisions like this, it's nice to make some comments and support or oppose, particularly if you're opposed. I want to hear from you. Councillor Smart.
I'll just be really brief, but I'm just excited to see this here today after the recommendations that came from the Climate Action Working Group and just seeing how much we can leverage from the CRD being on the steering committee. So I'm just very excited to see this coming forward.
Councillor Appleton? Okay. I'll get her as well. Did you want to speak? Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add to that sense of excitement that Councillor Smart expresses. I think that a very good case has been made in this report from the consultant and staff's cover report that we need this kind of focus in the organization if we want to make clear progress on our climate action goals and imperatives. And I think even though with the best of staff intentions, which already exist throughout the organization, to keep a focus on the climate action elements of the work in their own portfolios, we really need somebody to be able to bring that all together and give it that focus so that the public is really clear about what we're doing and the progress we're making. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other hands popping up, so I'm happy to call the question. I will just thank staff and Mr. Boyson for the work. I think it needed to have this teased out a little bit, and I know there was a lot of excitement when the recommendations came, and then of course staff capacity has really sort of stymied the ability, especially I think the internal projects have been moving forward, but certainly the public-facing ones have had some limitations. So I think with this gives us the opportunity of at least looking at some possible ways of moving some of these initiatives forward. So I'm very supportive of this motion as it stands right now and look forward to it in the context of the financial plan in the spring. Seeing no other comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Boyson. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Ms. Bay. I'm just going to point out, I'm mapping this out to get us through on time, and we are about 15 minutes behind where I was trying to get to. So I'm going to keep moving us along as fast as I can here on these things, not to stop us from having conversations, but just to make sure that we're having fulsome but not long conversations. Up next, we have design for the Carnarvon Park building project sign-off. We have Mr. Graham here. Mr. Graham, I assume. And culture. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Council. It'll actually be both of us presenting here, so I'll just do a quick introduction. Back in 2019, Council adopted the master plan for Carnarvon Park. This, as we all know, came at a time just before the pandemic hit us in 2020, so much of the next phases of that plan were put on hold, and one of the primary recommendations was to carry on or continue with consultation and engagement around redesigning and replacing the building at Carnarvon Park, which is not in a great state and hasn't been well used or hasn't been used much at all other than for storage in the last couple of years or last few years. So we're now in that phase of bringing back the proposal to engage in consultation and determine where we head with that, develop an options analysis, and consider the opportunities before us to redesign and replace that building. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Graham to speak in a little more detail about it.
Welcome, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will keep this short. Obviously, we've had the whole project initiation document in the meeting notes, but I think we're all familiar with the park. It's approximately 10 acres, sport park, surrounded by a residential setting. And it houses a fair number of different elements in it. Now, part of this was we wanted to combine the refreshing the master plan along with the building design. We felt that was very, very important to refresh community needs, service levels, which the building supports, and that's a critical element for this. So the main buildings, typically it's accessed from Henderson Road, and it's situated between tennis courts, pickleball courts, lawn bowling, playing fields, as well as the Rotary Water Park. The existing building was, it's about 4,500 square feet, it's a single-story building. It was first developed, two buildings in 1954. They called it Block A to the west and Block B to the east. Not creative names, but it identified the two buildings. And it served as change rooms and washrooms, as well as the park's caretaker suite. An additional building was added, a third building in 1972, just south of the original two buildings, and breezeway connecting the two. And then finally in 1997, the space between the two north buildings was enclosed. So as you can tell, they are started in 1954. They're fairly old buildings, and they're definitely in need of renewal. The services for the water park, as well as for much of the rest of the park, are located in this building. So we generally just refer to it as the main building. So just a couple of images. Like I say, I'll keep this very short. We don't have to go into a lot of detail of this, but the park has a lot of services. The main building right off just in front of, just above the splash park that you can see there, houses all the controls, all the water systems for the splash park. So there's going to be a lot of interconnections for a lot of different service elements. So again, I'll go through this fairly quickly. In your document, we talk about milestones, and these are very high-level milestones. We're just in the initiation phase of the project. We want to use this opportunity to make sure we're aligning it with Council's priorities. So we've broken this down into two main phases. We'll call it the options analysis and requirements gathering phase, where we gather what information we need, and then the design phase, where we'll actually design a building that meets what our needs are. And again, I'll go through this very quickly. This is the level we're at right now, or the milestone we're at, developing the charter, making sure we have the successful criteria that Council is looking for and expecting. And assuming we move ahead with that, we'll have what we're calling Procurement 1, where we're typically going to bring in an RFP and bring in consultants that will do refresh the master plan for the park, as well as the building options analysis that will meet those service levels. The key element of this one, this phase, is going to be the refreshing the master plan, geotechnical reports, sitting down with the community, a lot of public consultation, finding out what our service level needs are, service demands and the forecasts for those, developing a service plan, as well as looking at what our infrastructure for the park is that we need to support. What comes out of those service level reports will direct what we're going to be designing to support that. So we're going to identify feedback methods to continue working with stakeholder groups, as well as the public consultation, to make sure we're delivering what is needed by the community and what is expected by the community. So this pretty much culminates into, and it's probably too small to see on the screen very clearly, but what we're calling a capital project report. This will take the service level needs that we've identified, as well as multiple different buildings and multiple different sustainability levels that we can have with those buildings. We'll develop a basically a short list of criteria to bring forward to council, different sustainability levels that we can meet, different buildings that will meet the needs, and give a short-listed presentation in this report to have you guys give us input on what the community needs for, to what building you want to build, basically, what we'll develop and support those services. We'll have recommendations, but that'll be a council decision point to take that committee feedback, or the public consultation, and what we can deliver in different capital costs. Typically, we would come with a Class D estimate, options analysis that we can display to you, a qualitative and a quantitative analysis. So the second phase is procurement 2 is once we decide what we're building, we're actually going to have another RFP that will bring in the actual architectural and engineering design team that will bring this building to fruition for us. It'll include a sustainability manager as well. We've put in, you'll notice in the report, we've applied for some extra funding for a study that will allow us to determine whether we can actually truly build a net zero building. Those are very difficult to build with this type of building, but we've put in a application for some extra funding that will allow us to take a deeper dive into the ability to be able to go full net zero on this, which is something, a target we'd like to do. So once we've selected that team, we'll follow best practices for building and architectural design and project management, going through a schematic building design phase, which will include, again, a public consultation on the form and character of the building, how it's going to fit in with the park, and work through those issues with the community with some design charrettes, different sustainability targets, and this is where we'll spend a lot of time on energy modeling to make sure that we're able to meet those targets, and what we'll have to do for the construction elements to meet those targets. Typically, after schematic design, I prepare a schematic design report, which will really be an update of the project report, but it'll include more information based on internal and external stakeholder requirements, typically comparable projects that have been done throughout the province or throughout North America, that we can take lessons learned from those elements and what's working and what isn't, as well as updated risk assessments for both climate change as well as successful projects. Now, again, to be succinct, I'm going to just kind of jump forward. We do through that design development details and take it to tender-ready documents, implementing those sustainability models into actually building elements and building structures that will meet those scoring. Public presentations to get feedback on how we're doing with meeting those original goals, and then prepare a final report to council, which will include all those details. Typically, this level will have a Class C or Class D budget estimate, so we know what the value of this building will be, and we can make some decisions on how we want to move forward from that. So I could go into way more detail, but to be succinct, I think I'll leave it there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we have a few questions here. Go ahead, Councillor.
Questions just with regards to how it, I'll phrase it positively, how excited the community is going to be now that this is finally rolling forward. One of them was just with regards to the RFP process. Is staff able to consider a process in which the original architecture and engineering team doing the options analysis could be rolled right into the next phase to expedite the timeline? Is that a possibility that staff is considering?
Mr. Graham?
Through your worship, absolutely it is. It is one way to what I call crashing the schedule. We can look at that. Dollar values may require us to do public tenders on that, but we could bundle it all together into one RFP.
Thank you. Councillor Smart?
Just one other question through you, Mayor. Just wanting to know, again, with just sort of addressing the urgency that the neighbors are feeling and the excitement of getting this going, what will be done, I guess, in that first phase that will be dramatically different, I guess, than what they may feel has already been done with the park master plan? I'm just wondering If you could just very quickly just sort of clarify how this will be different and not a sense of redoing what they feel might have already been done.
Mr. Meikle.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Smart. There's a couple of things there. So one is, given the time frame and the, I suppose you could say, unfortunate timing of the original master plan being completed in 2019 and then heading right into the pandemic, there were a number of recommendations in that original plan that literally recommended we take the next step in consultation, and the building was one of those areas. So there was some very general feedback given from the public in terms of the building, but we were nowhere near getting into the design phase or into the architectural work, nor flushing out exactly all of the service levels and all the service requirements into that building. The initial master plan really took a look at the park, and especially I think it's the north end of the park in general. And as folks know, we've through council decisions have already changed some of that master plan, placing the pickleball courts in the old lacrosse box there. So we are in a place where we do need to refresh some of that and regather some feedback and get more specific about the building.
Go ahead. Thank you, Councillor Smart. Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Appleton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to staff. Yes, the neighborhood will be very excited about this, and wanted it to happen yesterday. Really, some of the facilities are definitely in need of updating. Just wondering though, with all that we'll be looking at, certainly in financial planning, will there also be an option for phasing components of the plan should the need arise?
Mr. Graham.
Through your worship, if I understand the question correctly, with the building, it would be a single structure, so there wouldn't be the option to phase the construction of the building. Am I understanding the question? Okay, it would not be able to phase this building. No, it would be one building.
Councillor Patterson.
Just further to that then, so, but the building is one component of the total park that will be undertaken, and so could other components be completed prior to the building being completed, or could the building be completed and other components of the fields perhaps be completed? I'm just wondering if any consideration has been given to phasing, should that be necessary.
Mr. Meikle.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Patterson. There's already been a bit of phasing happening, and although, as I mentioned, we have changed some of the elements that were identified in the original master plan, so the phasing of redoing the tennis courts, moving the pickleball courts into the old lacrosse box and resurfacing those were considered portions of or aligned with the general desires of the participants in the park and certainly of the neighbors in the case of moving the pickleball courts. The next largest phase is the building and the splash park, and both of those are being considered in conjunction here. Once that building is demolished, the splash park will need to come with it, so to speak, and need to be refreshed and redesigned with it. So the sports field themselves were not considered for change and not recommended for change in that original master plan, so they essentially are as is, other than the potential work we're doing with our community sports associations in partnership with them. So improving things like the look and feel of the ball diamonds and the playing surfaces, hopefully improving lighting in the future, and those kind of things are also being considered.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question: are we also, when we're looking at developing potentially the new building, are we also having the communication between different departments of staff as potential alternative uses of the building to meet the district needs, perhaps different departmental uses? I don't know, for things like perhaps an emergency operations center, fallback plan, just things like that.
Mr. Graham.
Through your worship, as part of the options analysis, we'll be looking at what the needs of the different departments are. Obviously, the EOC that you were mentioning would be part of the Protective Services building, but in the interim, it might be our most modern building to house something like that. So those sort of elements, networking capabilities could be incorporated in as part of the options analysis.
Thank you. I have Councillor Appleton, then Braithwaite, then Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff. I'm just looking to confirm that the parks master planner that's referenced in the analysis section of the staff report is in fact the same as the contracted staff referred to later in section 3.2 of the initiation report.
Mr. Graham?
Through your worship, if I'm understanding the question correctly, the consultant that we'd be hiring would be the same. The parks master planner would be a consultant typically to help us refresh and bring modern elements to the park that are being used elsewhere.
Thank you, Worship. And this is, I'm not really sure how to direct this less of a question and more just of a conceptual piece. I do very much appreciate staff identifying in the project initiation document under scope and objectives, trying to scope what could potentially be a quite broad initiative, the essentials for the new building. And then specifically relates to further consideration, first item being childcare. And I would advocate and I would actually be of the position that childcare would actually be in the minimum requirements. The previous set of bullets describes minimum requirements, childcare under further consideration. I would like to see childcare facilities be included under minimum requirements, and I'm not sure, Your Worship, whether or not that's something that would need to be altered in this directive document to staff by motion.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. It's a fair question. I'm not sure. I was reading this document. I wasn't entirely clear in terms of where that comes back to council for sort of more clarity of direction once we have some of those options. So now or then, perhaps you can just outline where those options are for council to weigh in on what we'd like to see as part of the options.
Through your worship, that was one thing we've internally as our stakeholder group have identified as well. Childcare, I don't believe, was really talked about in the initial master plan, and it's something that's there's a lot of funding available for it right now, and it's something that's kind of near and dear to our hearts as well. So we would certainly be happy to take that if you wanted to amend the report, that we could include that, or just we can take direction. But as part of the options analysis, that capital project report I was talking about would definitely include daycare. That's already on our list to recommend. But if you wanted to see that as an absolute requirement, we would certainly happy to take that direction.
I'll turn to Councillor Appleton. Do you feel like definitely including it in the options is sufficient, or do you wish to have some more direction at this point? You don't have to answer the question right now. We can come back to you if you wish.
Well, it's a difficult question, Your Worship, because obviously this is something that's going to go out to the public, and of course it's not something that we want to decide definitively without, all options should be on the table and considered by the public as they're out there. It's just, I guess I'm getting maybe hung up potentially unnecessarily about the language that it uses in scope and requirements here, scope and objectives. One set of minimum requirements and then another set of further consideration elements, and I would consider that to be a minimum requirement. But what staff is saying is that it will, if I can confirm with staff that an analysis of childcare provision in the building is essentially going to be provided. If that's confirmed that would be provided as part of that report back, then perhaps changing this document is not necessary.
Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the things just to note there for Councillor Appleton, the list of minimum requirements really were points that were identified in the 2019 master plan. And as Mr. Graham mentioned, childcare wasn't really discussed in that master plan. It is something we as staff have brought in after the fact, given the size of our wait lists, et cetera, in our existing programs. I would certainly be very surprised if childcare didn't come up through the community consultation phase. So,
But to your specific question of will it be included as one of the options being looked at, I saw that Mr. Graham nod, so perhaps I can just get your answer on the record here, Mr. Graham.
Through your worship, yes, it will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, as you can imagine, I hear really clearly from staff that that's the case. As you can imagine, we just don't want to get too far down the process of essentially directing staff through this project initiation document and leaving that unsaid, I guess, is what and I do commend staff for identifying the need and pulling this into this report, because it was only peripherally identified. It was something that was discussed in the broader community at the time of the Carnarvon Master Plan, but it was not included at that time. So I do appreciate staff bringing it into this document. Thank you, Worship.
Yeah, thank you. I have Councillor Braithwaite, then Watson.
Thanks so very much, Mayor. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I will go on the fact that yes, this was a very a wonderful project that we were starting and did a lot of consultation in 2019. But things have changed since then, as Mr. Meikle said, that there's perhaps some different things that people might want to see now. So I'm very excited that we're going back out to the public. What I would really like to stress is that I would like to see us concentrate a lot of our ask for public input from right around the neighborhood around Carnarvon Park, because they were so bought in, as Mr. Meikle will remember, in 2019, and they had a lot to say then. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a lot to say again. So I would really like to ensure that we're going to, even if we do something door to door, right around that neighborhood. I think that's really important. And also for the user groups as well, because the user groups that are using those fields, they may have other needs now. For example, the soccer field, they might look like to have something turf now instead of grass, and who knows. So I would really like to ensure that we're going really whole out on getting feedback from the user groups and the community around. And then I think the other thing that I would like to ask is, I think I heard that a lot of the services are now contained in the building that is going to be torn down eventually. But then would that include the services like the water services, etc., for the lawn bowling section, or is that something that's totally separate, so the main building can be taken down without effect on the lawn bowling buildings?
Mr. Graham?
Each of the buildings is serviced independently, but as part of our project phasing, we would be looking at any impact to services throughout the park and ensuring that whatever we remove, when we deconstruct the building, all the services remain operational. It might require us to create a small little outbuilding that would have electrical services and water services for the park or whatnot, but that would be all part of our project phasing, that we would not interrupt services any more than necessary.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask this question. It could be Mr. Meikle or Mr. Graham, and it sort of fans out in the other direction from what Councillor Braithwaite was just asking about. And it's really about how we conduct our consultation to fan out broader than just the community of Oak Bay, because I would expect that building and facility has much more broader regional use. And I just thought, I would just ask you to comment briefly on how that consultation will actually go beyond the neighborhood.
Mr. Meikle?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Watson. Certainly that would be the plan, to reach as broad a community group as possible. As you're well aware, within blocks from there is City of Victoria residents and Saanich residents, so they will certainly be involved, as we are well aware that they frequent and use the park. The community sport associations are also do not necessarily follow all municipal boundaries either, so a number of their participants and players and parents, etc., will also be from out of that immediate neighborhood and will represent the larger neighborhood. So we believe, and we're certainly open to taking other suggestions for stakeholders, but we believe we've got a fairly extensive and solid list of stakeholders that would meet the reach that I think Councillor Watson is after here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take my turn in the line of questions here. Just really appreciated the report talking to some of the things that might lead into some of the options analysis for the building. I guess I'm just curious about how I guess substantive those options might be. There's some reference there that might be including like options for housing would be considered as part of that piece. There's a concession there for hot dogs and so forth for the currently for the playing fields. There's a clubhouse for the lawn bowling. Are any or all of those on the table for possibly inclusion in a main building, or are they? I'm just curious about is there any particular cutoff at this point in those discussions of what might be included in that building?
To your worship, typically in an options analysis, it's very extensive, including a do-nothing option. So we will have a wide range of options, but the steering committee and the shortlisted options that we would bring to council would be vetted through a shortlisted series of options, but housing would be included. For instance, daycare will not require rezoning, but if we were to have housing, we would require rezoning. So all of those would be analyzed as part of the options analysis and risks and extra costs as well. So I would say in the initial data gathering phase, nothing is off the table. It's just how we pull it together and present it in terms of capital costs.
That sounds like you have a good process underway there, so thank you for that. So we have in front of us a recommendation. Is there any other questions before we get to motions? See any other questions? So perhaps we can start with the motion to receive the report.
So moved, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed on the receipt. I'll get to the meat of the body. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, I would move the staff recommendation.
So this is the scope of the design of this park building would be approved as outlined in the project sign-off. Seconded by Councillor Green. Thank you. Any discussion at this point on that? I think we've asked all the questions that we wanted to ask. Councillor Appleton, do you want to add anything?
No, Your Worship, I would just add, as has been referenced a couple of times already, I think the community is going to be pleased to see us getting on with this. And I'm very grateful for Mr. Meikle and team and Mr. Graham, bringing his capacity to the project. Means that, I think I've got great confidence in moving this forward. So we're in a really great juncture with this building, and I'm excited to see what the public has to say about it. Thank you.
Councillor Green?
Yes, through you. Thank you very much to staff for the report and for the great detail that you've provided to us tonight. Very happy about the daycare option, and thanks to Councillor Appleton for raising that again specifically. But yes, I think the community has been very patient around Carnarvon, and I think they will be really pleased that we are moving forward now. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I just will point out, because it's a bit buried in the GAN chart here, that we're looking at the building approval right now scheduled around April, May kind of time frame for next year. Is that's listed in here? Is that my reading of that? Council building option approval. So that's not the final piece, but the building option approval will be in that time frame.
Sorry, yes, you're correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just to give people some sense of timelines attached to this. All right, I'm ready to call the question. Not seeing any other hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? Looking online, nobody opposed. That carries. We look forward to seeing Refresh Carnarvon Park. And lots of people will be excited about that. Section 10 does have allows for public input. I'd ask if anybody is intending to speak to us on any of these matters, just be prepared to be on Zoom and raising your hand as soon as the item comes up on the agenda, and then I'll turn to you at the point where we go to public input. The first item is 10.1, boat ramp water lot lease. Ms. Bay, please provide an introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of the report is to obtain Council's direction regarding a 30-year lease of a water lot associated with a district-owned boat ramp at Queen's Park, adjacent to the marina. The lease expired in 2022, and to continue the lease for that water lot needs to be renewed. Staff don't anticipate any issues with addressing the requirements set out in the province's notice of final review and recommend that Council direct that the district sign the lease agreement.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, and through you to Ms. Bay. Thank you, Ms. Bay. Just for clarity and for the information for the public, this will sustain public access. So that boat ramp will continue to be available to the public. Thank you.
Ms. Bay?
That's right, Your Worship. There's no change to how it has traditionally been used. It's intended to continue on in the same fashion as it has been for the last many years.
Thank you. One quick question for you. It does allow us to also make improvements and upgrades to the ramp as well. It's getting in a bit of disrepair at this point.
Yes, Your Worship. There's no money currently budgeted for any major overhaul of the ramp facility. According to the lease, we are allowed to repair and maintain the ramp facility. There's nothing from the province's perspective precluding us from doing so. If we were to go in and do major work on it and replace it and start disturbing soil and so forth, then it would require an amended management plan to go to the province and likely other provincial and federal approvals. But regular maintenance, not an issue under the lease.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I don't see a flood of hands popping up on my online. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to the matter before I go back to council? Not seeing anybody. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you. I just noticed in the documentations there was also, as is standard for their documents, Ms. Bay, perhaps you can answer the question. The consultation with First Nations was left blank. Is there a requirement for consultation with First Nations on something like a boat ramp?
Ms. Bay?
Your Worship, the province didn't raise any issues with how we completed those forms and issued us the notice of final review on the basis of how we completed the paperwork. So from my understanding, they're prepared to sign.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
And just the follow-up, this boat ramp, I'm not as aware of the condition of it, but I certainly know that the two boat ramps at Kettle Point, whose leases, as you point out in your report, will also be coming up, are in need of substantial investment to bring them up to speed. So I'm just wondering if that is, once some of this gets started, if staff will be coming forward with recommendations for needed repairs to the boat ramps.
I think out of scope of this particular report, so we'll come back to that one. I don't see any other hands, so perhaps we'll take motions. Motion to receive first.
So moved, Your Worship.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed to the main motion?
Move the staff recommendation, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Don't see any. Look forward to the second one. I agree that this is when it's not used by the boats or by the cars. It's used by people manually going in with kayaks and so forth. So the other one is also critically important. Not seeing their hands on this one, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Moving on to the Wall of Fame recognition policy. Mr. Meikle, you again. Back.
Thank you, Your Worship. So bringing forward an update of the Wall of Fame recognition policy. For those that may not be familiar with it, the Parks, Rec and Culture Department has, since I believe 2010, 2011, had a Wall of Fame, so a recognition program for community members that have had a significant impact on the continuation or enhancement of established programs or created new opportunities for the community, primarily in the realm of parks, recreation, arts, and culture. And so went through a process with the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Advisory Committee to update this policy. The primary focus of the updating was some clarification and greater specification of the criteria used in selecting individuals for this honor. So a greater focus on recreation, community sport, arts, culture, lifelong education and learning, community events, or similarly related community-based initiatives, and then further clarification and specification on eligibility of candidates. So the report is before you, and I'm prepared for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions of staff on the policy? Don't see any. I'll express my appreciation to the people on the Parks, Rec and Culture Committee that worked on this. There's no questions. It is open for public input, but I don't see any hands raised. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to us about our Hall of Fame policy for Parks, Rec and Culture? I don't see any hands popping up in the audience either, so we'll come back to this table.
I'll move receipt.
Moved and seconded, so moved for receipt. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And the second portion of this.
Recommendation.
So move the recommendation that it be approved as presented. Seconded. Any further discussion on this? Councillor Green?
I would just like, through you, to thank staff and Mr. Meikle and the committee especially for the clarity around policy. I think it was really needed, and I think this will help that now guide decision-making and referrals and so on, so thank you for that.
Great. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Moving on to item number 10.3. Same as before, if anybody wishes to address council on our public art policy, please raise your hand either online or in the room, and we will get to you as well. Mr. Meikle, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So similarly, the public art policy was up for review and some updating. It's been in that state for a number of years as the district also transitioned between our advisory committees, so from the Public Arts Advisory Committee to Parks, Rec and Culture Advisory Committee. And the public arts policy was first adopted in 2017, I believe. It happened in conjunction with, technically with our Arts Alive annual public art exhibition program. And so really the revisions and redrafting, again, we staff have worked with the Parks, Rec and Culture Advisory Committee to update and redraft the public art policy. The primary pieces of focus for staff and the advisory committee really reflect our learning in 5-6 years of running a public art program. So some of the major revisions were in the section around gifts and donations and how donations are considered and vetted before coming to council for approval. And then the major piece was really in the deaccession of public art, which the Parks, Rec and Culture Department had really not been through until recent times, when public art that was located within our B Street Recreation Center needed to be addressed. It needed some work. It had faded greatly in the sun, given the location of where it was at. So that led us down the road of some further learning on how we might deaccession art should it not be retrievable through, missing the word, but revitalization, or I want to say renovation, but that's not the right word. I think you understand where I'm at there. Thank you. Refurbishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meikle. Are there any questions of staff on the public art policy revised as presented? Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. In reading through the policy and just really appreciating the mention of diversity and equity, I wondered if staff had considered adding some more depth to the policy with regards to, and whether this would be the appropriate place to indicate how important it is that the selection committee itself represent diversity and equity.
Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Smart. Interestingly enough, the makeup of the selection committee really didn't come up as a topic of conversation in our work with the Public Arts Advisory Committee, or sorry, with the Parks, Rec and Culture Advisory Committee. Certainly is possible. As you've seen, we've tried to add some more general language to ensure that we are paying attention to that in the processes. So certainly would be happy to add to that section if there's specific direction from council.
Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I'll wait to hear from my colleagues around the table, but I did forward to staff earlier in regard to bring something up to craft a motion around what the CRD and the City of Victoria have done to include in their policies with regards to encouraging diversity on membership.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Braithwaite, then Councillor Watson.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And thanks, Mr. Meikle. I know this is another one of those things that the Parks, Rec and Culture Committee has worked so hard on to try and get something to council, and it's taken a little while, but it's here, and I'm really thrilled about that. One thing that as I was reading through, kind of came to me, and I apologize for not asking this question before, but it just kind of occurred to me as I was reading through it again. And that's in section C in regards to how we receive funds. So currently, the municipality will allocate $20,000 a year with 10% of that going towards maintenance of existing works. So that what that means for people who don't know what the process is that each year the municipality has the ability to purchase one of the statues or pieces of artwork that has been on display within the municipality with that $20,000 or up to that $20,000. So 10% of that money goes towards the maintenance of those existing works. So I wonder if as we increase the number of pieces that we have within the municipality, so let's say right now we have 10 pieces, I think we have more actually, but let's say we have 10 pieces, then if in 3 years we have 13 pieces, but we're still only allocating $2,000 of that $20,000 for maintenance, are we at some point going to reach a tipping point where we actually need to put more money into the maintenance section of that? And so I'm wondering if we can perhaps touch on how we would go about doing something like that.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Braithwaite. Currently, my understanding, we have not exceeded that amount in terms of maintenance of the existing permanent sculptures in the district. However, we're still probably considered in the infancy of our public art program, being about 6-7 years old. My understanding would be if we get to a place, and we will as these sculptures age, where we may be requiring more maintenance. And part of what we looked at in the language around the deaccession of artwork is some of those exact considerations. If there was a specific piece of art that needed a larger amount of refurbishment work, we would likely bring that back through the budget process and or directly to council for consideration. If we get to that place where the amount of permanent sculptures we have in the district required us to spend annually more than the $2,000, then again, we would either look to the budget process and or to a further revision of this public art policy in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meikle, and thanks again for your work on this.
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. We have Councillor Watson, then Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, these are all questions to staff. Some of them are little detail things, and one of them is maybe a bit of a policy issue. But just first off, on page 5 of the policy, there's a word that just gives me pause, and I just wanted to ask if it really is meant to be there. Sorry, I'm scrolling madly through the document. So this is page 5 of the report, and it is that. It says, oh yeah, this is it's the vision statement in A1, and it's the last bullet point. It says that the policy will provide inclusive and accessible opportunities for all local and regional artists at all levels. I think maybe that all's not supposed to be there. I think it's just for local and regional artists at all levels in their careers. We're not suggesting, I don't think, that every artist in the region or locally would have a kick at the can. So I just wanted to flag that. You don't have to comment on that, but you can just take it away and maybe think about it. I also have a question about, and this is, I guess, been in place for a while, but this idea or this in A4, the statement of principles in the policy, and it's the fifth bullet point, I think, in that part of the document. Ensure that once the work is installed in public space, the public shall have free and unobstructed access to the public art installation. And if I could just ask a question about that before I ask my next question, but what is that really intended to mean and do? And how does that square with the fact that I know that at least one artist whose work has been on display has specifically asked that nobody go anywhere near it. So I just wondered if you could comment on that, please.
Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Watson. I will comment actually on the all in the discussion around the table is that when we do a call for artists or we call for commission, it is actually available to all and any artists that are interested in applying to it. So that was the frame of reference for the committee as we were talking through that process. The call for artists is as open as possible. In terms of the free and unobstructed access, you're right, that could be some awkward language there. It's really meant for viewing purposes. unless the sculpture or the piece of art and the artist, in fact, has indicated otherwise. So the portal, for example, the large weaved circle down at Willows Beach is meant to be, the goal of the artist was to have it be interactive and people taking photographs, etc., as that is sort of presents that frame for them for their photographs. Whereas other pieces, the gardener's gown is an example that's a little more fragile. And what happens in the installation process is the interdepartmental staff team will take a look at the piece, we'll hear from the artist, we'll make some assessments as to a location that makes the most sense given the structure and size and interactivity of the artwork, and determine where a location may be suitable. So the gardener's gown, the example I gave, sits in a garden, really is not accessible for interaction with the public other than viewing in that sense.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. You've clearly thought that one through and know where you're going. I have two other quick questions. One has to do with that $20,000 a year. And I wondered if there had been, in terms of contribution to the fund, I wondered if there'd been any thought to actually having some way to index that amount so that you don't have to go back and change the policy in order to increase the amount. And maybe that's more a question for our Director of Finance than it is for Mr. Meikle, but I'll leave it to you guys to decide who would like to reply to that question.
Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship. It certainly could be a consideration. We do currently include this 20,000 does come forward as part of the capital budget each year. So in our 5-year capital plan, the contribution to public art is within that budget and certainly could be discussed in that phase. I'm not sure if Director Payne has anything further to add there. Thank you.
Mr. Payne, do you want anything? No. Nope, that's the answer. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Okay, and then finally, just one question about the policy around receiving donations. And I'm specifically looking at the flow chart, which kind of walks us through that process. And I just wondered if you could confirm for me, I'm not sure I'm seeing in a flow chart, that council will absolutely reserve the right to say no to something in this process. And I'm not quite sure how you get to the no, but does the policy support council unilaterally or as a group saying no to something in spite of the reviews done at other levels?
Mr. Meikle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, my understanding is the final say, so to speak, does lie with council. And after going through that process, final, if you like, presentation would be made to council to accept the donation. And we also bring forward the proposed location at that time as well for council approval and or seek other direction from council in that phase. So it may not be clearly laid out here in that flow chart, so we may have to add to that to make sure, but I believe it's spelled out in the process for donations. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That is the end of my questions. I appreciate it, staff.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I have now Councillor Patterson, then Green.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report, Mr. Meikle, and through you, Mayor, to Mr. Meikle, just, I guess, a comment. Installations of artwork are always welcome. Removals are not so welcome. And so I just am wondering that kind of on page 14, when I look at some of the outline of why artwork might be removed, if staff might want to consider strengthening the language within that to just firm up that the decisions of whether it's endangerment or excessive repairs and whatnot are at the sole discretion of district,
Mr. Meikle?
and not subject to further negotiation.
Mr. Meikle?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe it did address that. There is a clause in here, yeah, the District of Oak Bay reserves the right to take immediate and appropriate action to protect public health, etc. If the artwork is a cause of imminent danger to, due to damage, winds, fire, all those potential things that could happen to certain artworks, should actually include vandalism, because that's one that we unfortunately have dealt with. So I believe that the language does say that, but I certainly can ensure that it is made very clear.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, I guess I was reading in, certainly endangerment is more straightforward, but excessive repairs or maintenance might be subject to discussion, and especially it is determined that the work lacks significant aesthetic, historical, or cultural value. So I think it would be helpful to also just strengthen that that's at the sole discretion of the district in that piece, along with the other piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Green, and then I think Councillor Braithwaite may want to speak again. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
I'll make this brief. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Meikle. Thank you very much again for this policy. Again, a much-needed tool in the administration of art in Oak Bay. Just one question. Was there any thought or consideration given to building in a review or revision time frame mechanism that enables you to review the policy every few years, only because we know that some policies are quite elderly in Oak Bay and have not been looked at in a very long time. So I always feel that good policy needs updating from time to time as things shift and change. So that was my only comment and question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meikle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Green. We actually did not discuss that time frame. I think it was assumed that because we were in the review process after 5 years, that it would be a regular approach to taking a look at this. We also had a lengthy discussion about the fact that we are only 5 or 6 years into our public art program, whereas there's other examples out there that have a more longevity to their program, with that understanding that we would be taking a look at it again in another 5 years likely.
Thank you. We have the recommendations here in front of us. If people wish to see some changes, we can send it back with some specific asks for changes as opposed to wordsmithing here, I think. But if people are satisfied with the answers that have been given here, then we can move this forward. So I'll take that. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Oh, actually,
Yes, through you, Mayor. I guess if it doesn't need to be a formal motion, it sounded like staff might need a formal motion for direction, but I would like to propose that we add the text from the CRD Arts Advisory Council's call for new members, which would be that we encourage applicants of all ages, gender identities and expressions, sexual orientations, racialized identities, and/or other lived experiences that reflect the diversity of the capital region. And that would be in the section of arts exhibition jury volunteers.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm just going to make sure we can pull it up here on the thing. So that's for the jury or for the artists themselves?
That would be for the jury, under the belief that one needs to have the selection committee accurately represent the diversity of the community in order to choose diversity in the art.
Okay, is it up on the screen there?
Mayor,
yeah, sorry, it's not been seconded yet. Councillor Braithwaite, did you have something to add to the?
I just wanted to say that I think that what came back from staff today in regards to this, I think it's a great idea to have something included, but I think that because we're having we have an accessibility committee that is coming together now. What I might suggest is, rather than put something like this in here now, is that perhaps we would instead of having to try and wordsmith something that might fit, we might wait and see what the accessibility committee comes back with as far as a DEI policy for all of our committees and commissions goes. And I think that might be more consistent and perhaps prove to be a little bit better than to try and kind of do something on the fly right now. That's where I would feel really comfortable.
Okay, I'm just gonna Thank you for the comment, but we have I think the motion on the floor is, thank you for that clarity, but with that context, I'll go back to Councillor Smart, but if Councillor Smart, it's really up to you whether or not you wish to make the motion, and if you do, I'll seek a seconder.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep the motion as is. I think it's been very well considered by the CRD, and it may take a while for this commission to get up and rolling, and I don't know what expertise they will have on that committee. It could always be replaced later, is my thought.
Thanks. Is there a seconder for the change? Moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion on the motion then? Take questions or discussions on the motion to add that language. Appreciate you obviously getting it to the staff in writing so they can have a chance to have it up on the screen. I think it's not prescriptive, it's just encouraging applicants to apply. So Councillor Upton, you wish to speak?
Or thank you, Your Worship. And I take Councillor Braithwaite's point about ensuring that, you know, the language is broad-based and inclusive, and I think that there's still room for that. I'm satisfied with this language because it's consistent with CRD language and consistent with what we would expect across the region. So I don't think again, it's not the one statement to be made in this regard, and it doesn't shut the door for further broadening of this language in the future. Thank you.
Not seeing other hands, I'm happy to call the question on the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson. Before I do that, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate Councillor Smart bringing this forward. I think it's important. I think it is important that it also, as Councillor Braithwaite raised, that this type of statement be incorporated into all of the committees that we have for the district. But given that this is still specific to arts, I think that the criteria that is listed in the document itself as being the guide for how they will select the volunteers will still take priority to a certain degree on some of the other, simply because this is so specific to knowledge and opinion and opinion that's relative to art. So I appreciate this, but I still do look at the other as being the critical criteria for selection of the committee members.
Okay, thank you. No other hands on the motion. So the motion is here is amend to include the language that's on the screen here. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? None opposed. That carries. So we have the amended. So the policy as amended is really in front of us now. We don't have a motion on it at this point. We had a motion to change it. So there's two motions required at this point. One is to receive and one is to approve as amended. Perhaps we need to get to those.
Motion to receive, Your Worship.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? We'll I think it's better to have this on the floor as amended. Then any other changes we can come up out of that motion. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
I would make the motion to approve the public art policy as amended, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the policy? Checking online as well. I don't see any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much. Got a lot of stuff to get through still, so we're just going to try and keep going here at a reasonable enough pace. Council, Mr. Payne, welcome on item number 10.4. If anybody wishes to address council on this matter, please indicate your desire to do so now, and I will call on you when the opportunity arises in a couple of minutes. Mr. Payne, please go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship. I'll be brief, but I'm happy to walk through the methodology and the policy more thoroughly, should council wish. Council may recall that earlier this year we approved a new budget surplus allocation policy. The normal timeline for allocating surplus would be when we present the financial statements, but since we didn't have a policy in place by then, we're recommending that happen now. In 2022, we produced an operating budget surplus of $1.2 million approximately. Using the methodology recommended in the policy, this would result in an allocation of $200,000 to our financial and service level sustainability reserve, and the remaining, which is just over $1 million, to the infrastructure renewal reserve. Thank you, Your Worship.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much. Are there questions of staff on the report or the recommendations therein? Is there any I'll take questions and then I'll go to the public. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Smart. Okay, Councillor Smart, do you have a question?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So my understanding is there's a staff recommendation to proceed based on our previous policy. And I do recall at the time that we were discussing that policy, we discussed, adding contributions to other important funds such as climate action. I gather this is a stage in which we could decide to allocate some money to other funds such as climate action funds.
Mr. Payne, I think there's a list of potential funds here. I'm assuming any of them could be reallocated to, is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, absolutely. These funds are completely unrestricted, so they can be allocated to any funds.
I make a suggestion, just given the nature of, this is a non-critical item on the agenda in terms of time sensitivity. If there's a desire to go through this and start doing some motions to change, I would suggest maybe we just refer this to a future meeting to deal with, because I just think we're probably time constrained here to the point where we're not going to be able to meaningfully get to a debate about individual pieces, but we don't have to. So that would be just my piece of this. Councillor Smart, you still have the floor, and then I'll go to Councillor Appleton.
That's fine.
Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would seek to, just for your information, I would seek to make some motions to alter the allocation of funds as suggested in the staff report, specifically suggesting some different destinations for the unappropriated surplus general, and I would like to have an opportunity to have a debate as council on those items. So to that end, and I would like to have a discussion about that, so to that end, I would make a motion to refer this item to a future council meeting.
I just want to make sure I get the wording right. Is it to refer this, or is it to defer the discussion? Is it defer to a future meeting?
Pardon me, Your Worship?
No, I used refer. My apologies. I just want to make sure. Oh, Mr. Coates, is it?
Yeah, it's semantics for sure, but you can, in my opinion, you can defer it or refer it, but you're basically forwarding this matter to a subsequent council meeting.
Yeah, it's some kind of refer madness here we have going on. All right. You want to make so the motion is to refer it to a future meeting. Thank you. Is there a seconder to refer it? Seconded. Okay. So the motion to refer is here now. Councillor Green?
Just for clarity around procedure, would this be part of a discussion around our strategic priorities? Would it occur in that context?
No, I believe this would normally be a discussion that would happen when the financial report comes out, that we could then allocate the resources. So I think in this case, it would just be a separate standalone meeting item on the agenda like it is right now to make those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the motion right now is to refer. Is there any discussion on the referral motion? Deferral motion? Whatever this is. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Thank you. I do think that deserves some time and attention, so I appreciate the willingness of the body to do that and move forward. We also have, so next up and last item on this section of public input is permission of tax exemptions 2024. Ms. McCarron.
Thank you. I'll also be brief. Regarding the report for permissive tax exemptions 2024 to 2027, Council is asked to receive the report and consider the proposed bylaw. Historically, Council has applied permissive tax exemptions sparingly, and in that regard, bylaw 4849 proposes exemptions to those municipal properties that are currently leased to nonprofit organizations that provide services that are complementary to municipal services. The 4-year cycle is chosen to allow Council to review and approve exemptions once during every Council term, and the options are as provided in the report.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarron. Are there any questions of staff? Is there any members of the public who wish to talk to us about the tax exemption properties in front of us here tonight? Seeing any, back to this table. Councillor Green?
I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations and just quickly comment that I like the idea of that 4-year cycle review. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to walk you through. So we need a motion to receive first. So we'll take a motion to receive, and then is there a second? And I'll go to a question. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Patterson, with a question or comment at this point.
Just a clarification from staff. The exemptions, how are they how are they arrived at in the context of what the taxation would be on the land that these buildings are on? Does it factor into any of the discussions we have with parties?
Ms. McCarron? Or Mr. Payne? Go ahead.
Your Worship, if the question relates to how the dollar value is determined, it's based on BC assessment figures. So we just simply estimate what the exemption value would be based on the assessment figures times our mill rate. And of course, that changes every year according to the assessed values. And further to the question about other arrangements we have, some of the subject organizations also have leases with the district. So there's other arrangements, but they don't specifically relate to exemptions.
Councillor Patterson?
And just further to that, because later in the agenda, there is a recommendation by staff to compile several parcels of land into one. And will that have any impact on how we calculate permissive tax exemptions? Will that make a change to what we have been doing in the past?
Payne?
Your Worship, in short, no. The area occupied by the subject applicant is what gets selected for the exemption. So putting it together might change the value, but the tax benefit really remains the same.
Thank you. So a motion to receive on the floor. Any other, Councillor? Nope. All those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. So we need to read a first and second time.
I'll move first and second reading.
This is a property tax exemption bylaw 4849 2023. Read it for second time. Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? This is the second reading is typically where we discuss or debate. No hands popping up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And then third reading.
I will move third reading.
Seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? That will come back for adoption at a future meeting. We move on now to bylaws and permits. We start off with heritage alteration permit for 2430 San Carlos. We have a changeover of staff as we go from finance to land use. And my apologies for all those people who have been here for a very long night of sitting and waiting for land use pieces. We will try and get through these expeditiously, but give every application due diligence and opportunity. Some of them are more straightforward than others, but really appreciate all those who are present either physically or online to be able to answer questions on our behalf if any of them are raised. So with that, 11.1, Heritage Alteration Permit, 2430 San Carlos. I believe, yep, go ahead, Mr. Boole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. McStravick here hasn't been in front of council just yet, but he's one of our planners. Here he is, and he will introduce the item. Thank you.
Very good. And welcome to the meeting, Mr. McDravitt.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have an application for a heritage alteration permit relating to the property at 2430 San Carlos Avenue, the purpose of which is to permit the resurfacing and extension of the area of a existing western deck on the subject property, and also to allow the decreasing the area of the eastern deck on the rear of the property. Staff have reviewed the plans and find the proposed modifications sensitive to the intended heritage protection and in alignment with the Prospect Heritage Conservation Area guidelines. As such, staff recommend that the application be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. McStravick or the applicants on this item? I'm not seeing a lot of hands popping up on this one. So perhaps we can look at the motions that are here first for receipt.
Move receive the staff report, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
And I will move the staff recommendation, Your Worship.
This is to approve the heritage alteration permit for 2430 San Carlos Avenue. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to ask staff, there was some discussion at the Heritage Commission around applications that are this minor with the potential that they could be delegated to staff, that application such as this might not even have needed a building permit potentially. And I just wondered if staff could comment on, as we move forward with more HAP applications, what the process would be if council wanted to entertain giving some delegation to staff for these very minor applications.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, and Mr. Green is available online as well, but I'll jump in on this question. We do have actually an outstanding council motion from a while back, earlier this year, looking into options for delegation of smaller permits. So I think that would be addressed through that follow-up, which we hope to get back to you hopefully later this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right now, the motion right now is for approval on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Green?
Thank you. And through you to staff, there were some concerns raised by some of the residents of the Heritage Conservation Area about this alteration. Can either of you comment on those concerns? It came through in correspondence. Now, perhaps you haven't seen them.
Of a next, a future one. There's another San Carlos Avenue.
I'm
This
sorry.
is one for a deck.
Okay,
deck
sorry.
Blank replacement.
Thanks.
Yep, no worries. It's easy to get confused. Seeing no other piece of this, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We move on to item number 11.2, another heritage alteration permit for 1220 Transit Road. Mr. McStravick, welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have received an application as well for heritage alteration permits for the property at 1220 Transit Road. In order to permit the alteration, interior alterations to reconfigure the floor plan of the subject property, including removing of a wall to expand the kitchen and the addition of a two-piece washroom, partly in order to accommodate aging in place on the subject property. There is no exterior work planned as part of the current proposal. Staff have reviewed the plans, find the proposed modifications sensitive to the intended heritage protections, and recommend the application be approved. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant or to Mr. McStravick or other staff? Looking online as well.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. This is just for calling the question on just the receipt of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That goes into the record. I see a hand popped up from Councillor Watson. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for staff. I see that one of the requirements of this HAP would be that the owners take certain parts of the home that will be dismantled and label them and store them. And I wondered, how does that work from a practical purpose in terms of monitoring and compliance?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Bowl or Mr. McStravick. Mr. Bowl, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This would be something that we would, the heritage alteration permit will be relied on for the building permit process. So at the end of that, it would be checked. Looking at Mr. McStravick, if there's anything else on that, but that would be it. It would be signed off at the end of the works, and that would be it. And we would trust on the owner to leave the materials there for future reference. Thank you.
Mr. McStravick, anything to add to that? Okay. Anything else, Councillor Watson?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I see we do have Brian Green, Mr. Green, online, our Deputy Director of Building and Planning, so good to have you there if we need you, Mr. Green. I don't see any other hands popping up on this one, so I don't have yet a motion on the floor for this approval, but go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
I would make the motion, Your Worship, the council authorize the issuance of heritage alteration permit HAP 00027 for the property located at 1220 Transit Road.
Moved and seconded, thank you. Any further discussion? I have to just say, it's nice to see some of these old houses getting renovated internally, shuffled around to adapt to modern life, and still respectful of the building itself. So appreciative to the owners for doing this work. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. I'm not sure if the owners of 1220 Transit are here, but if you are, you're welcome to stay around and watch the rest of our exciting evening, and or you can leave. Nobody's going to be offended. 11.3 Heritage Alteration Permit for 1558 Beach Drive. Oh, Mr. Green, you're the one on deck for this one, so welcome.
Great. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Sorry I couldn't be there, but not feeling my best today. Kids started school last week and already with bringing their germs home from school, so my apologies that I couldn't be there. This application relates to a property at 1558 Beach Drive. The purpose of the application is to replace a pedestrian ramp and railing structure that recently failed and collapsed. That structure connects the building, the J.W. Morris House building. It connects from the second floor to Prospect Place and provides emergency egress from the building to Prospect Place. Given that the property is located in the Prospect Heritage Conservation Area, a heritage alteration permit is required to be obtained prior to the issuance of a building permit. I just wanted to point out in the plans, and so this application was presented to the Heritage Commission on September the 16th, and whilst they did support the application, it's worth noting that on the plans, I think it's that essentially the applicant was under the understanding that they could simply replace the walkway as it was before it collapsed. And so we have made it clear that unfortunately the new structure will need to comply with the BC Building Code, and therefore once should council approve this heritage alteration permit, the applicants will need to submit a building permit which will need to meet the BC Building Code, and as such there may be some revisions in terms of the height of the railing will need to be higher than it was, as well as the cross structure may need to be less gappy, so to speak, in terms of ensuring compliance with BC Building Code and so forth, and therefore they will need to submit some kind of revised submission to the district for our review at that building permit stage. And at that time, depending on the level of change, those changes may need to come back to the Heritage Commission and Council, or could be delegated to the director if the director is satisfied with those changes being made to meet the BC Building Code. Happy to answer any questions that council may have on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I know that we have Mr. Holland here as who's representative. If there's any questions specific to that, he's able to answer them. Are there any questions of staff or the applicant at this time on the recommendation in front of us? No, I don't see any. So same process here. We're going to get a motion to receive, moved and seconded. All those in favor, any opposed, none opposed, and then looking for a motion for approval or other direction on the heritage alteration permit.
Motion to approve the staff recommendation, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. This is for heritage alteration permit HAP 00030. Thank you for that. Don't see any other hands or comments or questions. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Good luck, Mr. Holland. Good work waiting through that meeting for that piece of it. We've had the applicants have been online. I think you're the first one in the office. We move on to 12.1. So 12.1 through 12.5, actually it's right through to 12.7. So the rest of the meeting are all available for public input. So if any members of the public wish to address us on the items, just ask that you be firm in your sticking your hand up either online using the tool within Zoom or in the room. Because we're going to, again, try and move through these where we can quickly, and if we have to stop and discuss, we will. I am cognizant of the fact that we're getting close to our standard end time, but I think we probably will have to extend. I understand Councillor Watson may not be able to extend beyond 10 o'clock, but we'll make that decision at that time. So moving on to 12.1, without further ado, Mr. Muller, 2700 Dorset Road, and this is one that we've seen before.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The district has received an application, upland siting design application and development variance permit application for the address at 2700 Dorset. The proposed work are construction of an accessory building and to be used as a garage, exterior renovations in the form of facade upgrades, and the reduction of an existing deck into a rear door landing and replacement with a patio and several plantings. The development variance permit is pertaining to the separation distance between the two buildings being within the 3 meter minimum. And staff have reviewed the application with the staff have reviewed the application up against the upland siting design bylaw and the zoning bylaw and are in favor of this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muller. We've just changed our procedures bylaw for those watching. So we used to have this come to council first. We did a first look at it, then we would send it up for notification. once the notification happened, it would come back in. So this is one of those. We're later in the next couple on, we're going to ones that we've changed that so we can go directly for notification and then come to us for the first time. So this is the second time we've seen this application. There's no correspondence. These typically are deemed to be reasonably straightforward. So with that, we should still receive the report. So we have a motion to receive the report, moved and seconded. All those in favor, any opposed, unopposed. And then we'll see if there's any questions or comments. Actually, I should just give opportunity here if there's any members of the public who wish to address us on 2700 Dorset Road. This is a chance to firmly put up your hand inside the room. Nobody's put up their hands online at this point. Seeing none. Okay, so perhaps we can get a motion on the floor.
Move the staff recommendation, Your Worship, that development variance permit 00137 and upland siting and design application ADP 00160 for the property located at 2700 Dorset Road be approved.
I'll second.
Seconded. Thank you. Any debate, discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Congratulations to the applicants and good luck with your project. Moving on to 12.2, the development variance permit for 2240 King Ross Avenue. Same situation as before. This has come before us previously. Back for us for consideration, Mr. Muller.
Thank you. The district received a development variance permit application for 2240 Kinross. May 2022, the district was issuing a building permit for interior renovations and discovered the separating wall between the garage and the living space had been removed. As such, the applicant is applying for a variance for the required parking, half of which must be located within a building, both of which will now be located on their parking on their driveway. Staff have reviewed the application as per or up to the current zoning bylaw and parking bylaw, and are in favor of this application. Patrick Harris, I believe, is in the audience if there's any questions. Or in the Zoom room, sorry.
For Kinross, yes, I have that on my list. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of questions for staff. I did notice that the front yard paved, I think I saw this, that the front yard says it's paved at 27.5%, which is over the 25% allowed. So do they not need a variance for that?
Mr. Muller?
I'm not aware of the front yard being paved over the allowable amount. I believe it's within the permitted amount. It's just the driveway that was located in the front of the house and as well as the sidewalk. That could be an incorrect statement on the plans. I don't have the plans in front of me at this moment, though, unfortunately.
Okay, because I thought that's what I read, but I could be incorrect as well. But that would be something I would have interest with. And then I do have to say that I have a little bit of difficulty with this, and the reason that I have a little bit of difficulty is that I think that had the applicant come to us and said, you know, we would like to make this get this variance to have this to take this wall out and to make this part of our basement and not have parking there, I think that this council would probably have said, okay, no worries. But that's not what happened. That's not that's not how this played out. Basically, they had a contractor who has told this resident, according to the resident, that they didn't need to have any sort of a variance for this. And so now they're coming to us to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And I guess where I have a hard time with this is that if their next door neighbor had tried to follow the rules and perhaps not been granted a variance, then they're following the rules and not getting that variance, whereas this resident is you know not their fault or not following the rules based on their contractor. And now we're going to and they're going to be able to do what they're going to be able to do what they wanted to do. And so I have a little bit of an issue with this. Again, it's asking for forgiveness and not permission. So my questions are, what is the fee that they would have had to pay to ask for a variance? Is there a way that there's a steeper cost for not having a variance in place? And what repercussions can we have on a contractor who does work in our municipality that's against our bylaws?
Before I seek answers to those questions, just given the time here, we are obligated under procedures bylaw to seek an extension. Before I ask for that question, though, Councillor Watson, you had indicated that you may not be able to extend beyond or much beyond 10 o'clock, and we're at 10 o'clock now. So Did you wish to leave the meeting prior to us calling the question on extension? Does it require a unanimous
Thank you,
vote?
Mayor, for asking. I am going to stick around as best I can because I really would like to be here for the discussion on a later item. So,
Okay. That's
yes,
fine.
count me in. Thank you.
You can just indicate anytime if you need to leave, so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the situation, so. Okay, so can I just get a motion to extend the meeting? I'm going to ask for 10:30. We'll do our best to get through this.
Your worship, motion to extend to 10:30.
Thank you, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? We'll do our best to get through these. Sorry, over to staff now, just in terms of the process of asking for permission versus asking for forgiveness.
So currently it's a bylaw infraction file, and that's why it was brought to us. And so they are required to pay the fee for the development variance permit. The fee would be the same whether or not they had applied for it today before the work had been, after the work had been conducted or before the work had been conducted. But it is noted on their address that this is a bylaw infraction file, and we follow up readily, but the cost is the same.
Councillor Braithwaite?
And so sorry, can you tell me what that cost would be, Mr. Mueller?
I'm just going to go to Mr. Green as well because he raised his hand. I think he wants to add something to the context. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Worship. Cost of a DVP now under the new, so this applicant would have paid under the old fees and charges that were in effect prior to September the 11th. So for a DVP at that time, it would have been $1,000 for a DVP. However, when they come to submit a building permit under our building and plumbing bylaw, they would have to pay double permit fees in relation to the building permit element of those works. We don't have any ability to charge double or additional fees for planning related applications where somebody is coming in after the fact or as Councillor Braithwaite mentioned, asking for forgiveness rather than for permission.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor. Anything else, Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, so sorry. So I got confused there for a moment. So it would have been $1,000 had they asked for the variance, but now it's just a building fee, which is what, $200. So they're not paying the $1,000, or they're paying double the $1,000.
They would be paying the $1,000 for the development variance permit fee, but then at the time of building permit, they would submit. They would have to pay double permit fees, and so obviously building permit fees are based on the value of construction. And so, yeah, it would should council issue this development variance permit, then the building department will be able to process the building permit application, and that building permit application will be subject to double permit fees.
Okay, thank you. So I don't mean to come down on this particular resident. However, I really think that we as a council need to somehow figure out how to incentivize the homeowner to make sure that all of the rules that we have set out in our bylaws that protect all of the residents of our municipality are being followed and are being followed by the contractors. So I think it's a conversation that we do need to have. I don't know if other municipalities have something in place that they can put in place, especially to advertise contractors that perhaps don't follow the rules and that, we would suggest that you don't use. But it's unfair for this applicant to have to go through this. So I do feel bad for them. But again, I feel compelled to vote against this only because it's, again, something where someone is coming to ask for forgiveness and not permission. And I think that we need to get the message out there that we need to have something in place so that this doesn't happen all the time. And it does happen all the time right now. Sorry.
No apologies needed. I always ask that people, if you're going to vote against something, you articulate why. So thank you for doing that if you are going to vote in opposition. Right now, we don't have any motion on the floor, but I do expect one shortly. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address us on 2240 Kinross? And my apologies, I'm just going to bring up, there were no pieces of correspondence attached to this after the notification process. Nobody in the meeting, nobody online. I guess I probably should say something. Oh, please come forward. Yeah, you can come up if you want, but it's probably not necessary to convince us at this point, so, but go ahead.
I just wanted to say thanks to everybody. We did have quite the event with our the person who's helping us, so they actually we ended up not using them in the end. So we did apply for this variance. We didn't know we had to until the planning department told us we had to. So that's why we're at this point right now.
Great. Thank you. Is there any other questions at this point? We'll go to motions. Go ahead, Councillor Smart, and then Councillor Appleton. I think I saw. No, Councillor.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to make the comment that I'm sorry that residents are still having to come forward, to be honest, and get variances to not house their cars in garages.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Anything else, Councillor Green?
Thank you, and for clarity through you to staff. I think I know the answer, but I would like it confirmed. It is the responsibility of the owner ultimately to comply with bylaws and to get proper permits and that kind of thing. And if they get bad advice, I know it's difficult because often an owner won't know that they're getting the advice that's not great advice until something like this after the fact. So, but I just wanted to confirm it is the owner's responsibility ultimately, not the contractor. Thank you.
It's not in the room. There was a nod from staff that is correct. Okay, I don't see other hands on this item, so perhaps we can get to motions.
Motion to receive, Your Worship.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Moved and seconded for receipt of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton, if you're ready to move the second portion.
Yes, Your Worship, I would move that development variance permit DVP 00139 for the property located at 2240 Kinross be approved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Appleton?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I would just take the opportunity to say, I take Councillor Braithwaite's point, and I think it's an important one to make, in that this situation does crop up far too often. I'm compelled to support the variance permit in this particular case, mostly because of the type of variance that it is, because council has shown its interest in, or at least has for the last short while, approved in broad strokes of converting these very non-functional garage spaces in houses of this vintage that really aren't very functional as garage space, and converting that into living space and adapting those houses for new uses. So that has been the pattern of things. That tends to be my view on it, is that those spaces are functionally useless as garages in any case, and so are better served as being living space for adaptability in the community. So just my comments on that one thing, but I do take Councillor Braithwaite's point about the council should probably cast its mind in fairly short order to a better system to deal with these types of situations. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Appleton. I would totally agree with you. If this had come forward prior, it would have been a no-brainer to allow it to go to move forward and no questions asked. However, I still am going to vote against it just because I think that we need to make a statement. And it's nothing against the applicant whatsoever, because I'm quite sure that's going to go forward. But I just need to make a statement and have a stand on this. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Watson wishing to speak on this as well. I'm just going to remind us we have many items to get through still, so keep our comments as quick as possible, especially on things where we have a pretty clear outcome. Just go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, just very quickly that I will be supporting the motion. I hazard a guess that there are dozens, maybe many more of homes where these garages are converted that we don't know about them. And it's much better to see the housing put to good use than worry about where the cars go. So I just think our focus needs to be on the housing and not on the parking. So thank you.
Councillor Watson, I don't see any other discussion, so I'm going to call Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, just I do appreciate Councillor Braithwaite's comments also, but I guess my view of this is council is not a punitive body, and we can only assess what is before us as it comes before us. It's up to the staff to assess any monetary or other damages that are done in this, but so I will support the application because I think it's reasonable what's before us.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Braithwaite, you're registering your opposition?
Yes, sir, I am opposed.
Okay, so one opposed. That still carries. The DVP is approved for Kinross. You can stick around if you want to. I know it's a fun and exciting evening, but. All right, 12.3, the development variance permit for 2649 Thompson Avenue. This one has also been in front of us previously. Go ahead, Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mayor. The district has received a DVP application for the property located at 2649 Thompson. This application came before council on September 11th for approval of notification. The application is to allow for the siting and construction of a secondary suite on the second story and on half of the primary residence. If allowed, the development variance permit would relax the front yard setback from 7.62 meters to 5.8 meters, and would allow for a parking space to be located, or both parking spaces to be located outside on the driveway, as opposed to one located inside the building. And the space would be relocated or reconstructed to be a secondary suite. Staff have reviewed this application with applicable bylaws and are in favor of this application. I believe there was some there's some correspondence that came in.
There is.
Yes.
There's a number of pieces of correspondence that are new to this file. So this is the point of the notification process, is to seek input from the community. So we have had a few, and I just want to make sure council's had a chance to have a look at all of that in the process. So I think we've all had a chance to see it prior to the meeting. But at this point, I'll take any questions of the staff. In the process here, I'm going to, again, if there's any members of the public who wish to talk to us on this matter, either online or in person, you're more than welcome to do so. Just put your hand up. You want to put your hand up? Perfect. Thank you. So go to questions of staff or of council. Don't see any. So I'll invite members of the public. Please come forward. Yes, so the process is very similar to our public input. So if you come forward, you can just have a seat, state your name, municipality of residence. And we ask you kind of keep your comments to about 3 minutes if that's possible.
So my name's Charlotte Brown.
Oh yeah, sorry, microphone.
My name's Charlotte Brown and I live in Oak Bay. I live on Thompson Avenue across from this property. So I had a few questions and statements that I just wanted to pass on. So this is an application for a secondary suite. This property is already being used as there is a secondary suite, at least one, if not two in this property, and one's rented out as an Airbnb. From this property. That's easily available, and I know the other resident that's going to speak was going to speak to this too. As a result of this, there are many cars that are parked on that driveway and outside the Airbnb on a regular basis. Thompson, as most of you know, is a rat run down to Estevan and down to Willows Beach. It's a busy road. I've emailed many times about traffic calming. That's a whole other discussion. We're on a bus route, and the bus turns around, comes up Thompson and turns around onto Mayhew. And so I see that this needs to be discussed further and looked into further with these, at least one secondary suite, if not two, in that property already. And as a result of that, I feel that more cars will be forced to park on the roads, which will obstruct the bus coming up and other residents parking.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brown? Thank you. Please come forward. You may not, because we have to be able to hear you at the microphone. Oh, we can maybe bring the microphone to her? Sure, we can do that. Technology.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. Okay, thank you very much for accommodating me. I live on Top Avenue, which backs on to the premises in question. I was the one that sent you the communication, okay? I'm very worried about this.
State your name for the record.
Sorry?
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, of course. Margaret Piper.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about it. It's they say it's a suite. It actually is a two-story structure that is higher than the original house. It is adjoined to the original house by another extension. And so we're virtually looking at two homes joined. It is going to cut off privacy for people on Top Avenue. And talking of the residents on Top Avenue, I want to draw your attention to the fact that the home next to me has been recently sold. It is now vacant. The new owners are in Edmonton, And I would like to know whether these people have been told of these changes, because they are directly behind this building that is going up 6 feet closer to them than anything else. So I feel as though this is, one suite is fine. The house has been extended before, and I feel as though we're getting a huge, great structure, which is eventually going to affect a lot of people. And I do think that when people say they're going to attach a suite, a 2-story building to me is not a suite. And I think if this goes through, it might be an indication to other people that they can do the same. And like you said earlier, this is being constructed on a garage which is going to be pulled down. So we're looking at garages being pulled down, more parking spaces gone, as you say, and I think it could be a trend that will go through Oak Bay, and I wouldn't like to see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very much, Ms. Pipe. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. Is that a knock on our door? Go ahead and let people in. We're late for a lineup. Welcome. Same process. Just state your name and municipality of residence.
My name is Oliver Brown, and my municipality of residence is Oak Bay. So good evening, Mayor and council members. The purpose of my being here tonight is to implore you to deny the development of the variance permit, requested for 2649 Thompson Avenue on the basis that it has not been made in good faith. According to the report provided to the council, the purpose of this permit is to pave the way for a future secondary suite. However, there is already a secondary suite on this property, as has been explained to the council earlier and through correspondence. This secondary suite has been used as a short-term rental through the company Airbnb for at least the last 8 years, despite no secondary suite being recorded on designs submitted to the council, as well as this type of short-term rental not being allowed in these dwellings. Due to this discrepancy and almost deception, I believe that this proposed secondary, or in this case tertiary suite, is not to the benefit of Oak Bay and the greater community, but is instead only to fuel short-term advancements of few at the expense of Oak Bay's housing and rental market. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Brown. Any other members of the public who wish to talk to us about this application? I do not see any, so we'll come back to this table. Is there any questions here from members of council to staff? I think it's, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess the question to staff is, are they aware if there is already a suite in this residence, or if there are more than one Airbnb or an Airbnb being run out of this residence right now?
No, we were never made aware of that. Their variance rationale indicated that the suite would be for the family that's living currently in the property. If you remember the previous council meeting, the family was here to meet or to defend their application. It's for a daughter, the husband and kids, I believe, of the parents who own the property. We did a site visit, and it seemed like a normal amount of cars on the property, and there's been no bylaw complaints to the file.
Would you like to pose the question to Mr. Wilkins, as the who's representing the applicant here, Councillor Braithwaite?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
I think we have is it Mr. Wilkins? You're representing the applicant here? Oh, okay. You can. It's just a little crowded for seats here, but if you wish to, you don't have to. If you wish to address some of that general question, it's a little bit backwards looking. I think we are looking at this as an application for the suite going forward, but I think it goes to the question's been raised, so. Can make the same question, just name and municipality of residence, and then keep comments as reasonably quick.
Good evening. So this application is for the future use of the building. I believe there has been a past use of, there's a small suite that the family is using right now to accommodate the Appletons have family that lived in Thailand. The family's now moved here. Their intention is to build a secondary suite, and then the parents are going to live in the older part of the house, and the family and the children are going to live in the new part of the house. So I can't really speak to how the house has been used in the past, but as far as parking, it's a it's quite a big lot. It's got a lot of frontage, and there's a lot of driveway parking in front of the building and the proposed new building. So do you have anything to add, Graham?
So,
Process just name a municipality of residence.
William Appleton. I've lived in Oak Bay for 35 years. This house has been used for multiple purposes since 1988. My wife's parents were the first people to move into the house in 1996 when the first renovation was undertaken. And yes, there have been Airbnb people living there off and on for the past 7 years. I also rented out that bedrooms to university students over the years, and as early or as late as last fall and this spring, when the University of Victoria made a request that people open up their doors, so we did. Currently, my daughter and husband and 2 children are living in that suite, and it's about 600-700 square feet, and it's too small for them. When we do the multi-generational home, the basement portion of the house will be incorporated into the new construction. The garage will be taken down and a 2-story structure will be put up in its place. It adds about another 750 square feet to the total square footage. And we've been working on this for over a year to try and make sure that we were meeting the requirements of the bylaws. And so it's not so much about what has happened in the past, in my opinion. It's about what we are going to do to meet the housing needs moving forward. And we've tried to create a simple solution that will provide housing for another family of 4 in Oak Bay. And I thank you. And I think I've...
You do, thank you very much. Councillor, just stay there for a second, and maybe one follow-up question from Councillor Braithwaite.
yeah, I do have a follow-up question, please. Mr. Appleton, thank you for that. I think that I think what you're hearing is anger from some of your neighbors in that Airbnb are not actually illegal in Oak Bay. So that's possibly why, but they should have complained, I think, if they had something against an Airbnb. But my question to you would be, moving forward, can you confirm that the house will be 2 suites only, one for you and your, currently one for you and your wife, and the other for your daughter and her family?
Go ahead, Mr. Appleton.
Yes, I can confirm that at the end of the day, there will be 2 suites. The one that my wife and I will live on the main floor, and the secondary new multi-generational home that will be built, and the bottom portion will be added in.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Appleton? Or Councillor, too many Appletons around. No relation. Councillor, anything else, Councillor Braithwaite?
No, thank you.
Councillor Green?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. Is it possible to place a covenant on a property like this that will prevent short-term rental, i.e. Airbnb? Thank you.
Currently, our zoning bylaw prevents short-term rentals. Anything less than 30 days is prohibited. I believe it would be possible for council to potentially place some sort of extra restriction on the property or of the title of the address, but I'm not fully sure on that right now.
I might extend that
Thank
question,
you.
though. I'm not sure that we can attach a covenant as part of a variance application process.
Through the chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
Your
Green.
Worship. I can answer that. So in terms of, the staff can't request a covenant as part of a development variance permit, given that a variance permit is seeking to vary a specific bylaw mentioned in the LGA. That being said, council has broad but not unlimited discretion. And so if council wished to see a covenant and the applicant was willing to accept that covenant, then a covenant can be placed on the title of that property to restrict short-term rentals, acknowledging that the zoning bylaw already doesn't allow Airbnbs for less than 30 days, and therefore, just because there's a covenant on title, it still needs to be enforced, just like a bylaw has to be enforced. Should the district wish to enforce that covenant, it would do so in a similar vein to that of enforcing a bylaw.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Green. Anything else, Councillor Green?
No, thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the applicant or staff? You may, but I also wish to check.
With regards to parking, we currently have 2 cars and have had the same cars for over 20 years. My daughter rides a e-bike. My son-in-law rides a bicycle to work every day. We will not be adding any more new cars to the parking problems in Oak Bay with regards to this development.
Thank you for that. At the end of the day, we have to, just for the record, variances are approving of the building. At the end of the day, we don't control the nuances of those uses. You may move on, other people will use that. There's choices made for 50 or 100 years, so we're trying to make the decisions in the broader interest of the community, not just tied to any one owner or user. But I appreciate the comments made to that. So with that, back at this table, we have I've had public input. I don't see any other hands wishing to speak, so really back at this table. Are there any other questions of the applicant or of staff at this time? Okay. So I think our first step here is to have a motion to receive the report, since that is a universal requirement. Moved and seconded.
I'll make a motion to receive.
Seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. Now to the main matter of the issue of the development variance permit for 2649 Thompson Avenue. I turn to council to look to see if there's a motion that someone wishes to make. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Worship. So I would move that DVP 00132 for the property located at 2649 Thompson Avenue be approved.
Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Seconded, thank you. I'm going to turn to Councillor Appleton and then Councillor Watson, who had her hand up.
Thank you, Worship. So I am considering the matter before council as it sits. So I'm appreciative of all the folks that have taken the time to comment on this. Again, I think it's very obvious and has been stated, in these chambers that there has been a past contravention. I certainly hope, Mr. Appleton, heading forward, that you take that under consideration. And I would encourage anybody that any resident that encounters contravention of bylaws to please bring it to the district's attention for appropriate action. Council, I think, is faced with making a decision on the development variance permit in front of us, and I think that, as I stated in previous consideration of this matter, that it's as presented, a good reuse of a building for a multi-generational living standard, and I think a potential good opportunity to be presented to other structures in the district. But I do take the matter of bylaw contravention very seriously. So I think in the interests of procedural fairness, I think we do have to consider the matter in front of us. But that does not set aside how seriously I take the matter of an operation of an Airbnb and contravention of our bylaws. So I would just leave it at that, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I have Councillor Watson's hand popped up, and he's gone now, but I'm assuming you still wish to speak, Councillor Watson?
Sorry, it was I only raised my hand to second the motion. So enough said.
No,
Thanks.
thank you. I try and keep the motions in the room here, unless necessary, just to keep it expedient. Other discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just following up on Councillor Appleton's comments, I do think we have to view this as what is before us. I certainly appreciate the folks that came out to speak to us tonight, but I support the application as it's presented, with the understanding that now at least it is in compliance with the regulatory framework of the district and will be registered with BC Assessments. So this hopefully will end up in a more favorable future use of the house and perhaps meet more favorably with the neighbors because it won't be used for short-term rentals. As most of us are aware, the province has brought in a new Housing Supply Act, and I think that it's been stressed that we all have to be part of the solution to the housing crisis we face. And so while the past use was perhaps very unfortunate and upset the neighbors, but I think that this is this allows it to be managed in a more responsible way for the applicant and certainly for members of the community. So I'll support the application. Thank you.
Councillor Green?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the neighbors who have come tonight to tell us about their concerns. I thank you very much. And I also appreciate the fact that the owner was honest about the short-term rental situation. But the goal of the province is for a good quality long-term housing. And long-term is the key here. We want long-term rental housing. I mean, that's a real asset to our community. So I would really urge the owners to remember that as they go forward, because short-term rentals, I know they exist in Oak Bay, and they are having a detrimental effect on housing availability here. And so I also hope that as we go forward, we can begin to discourage that kind of use. Short-term rental does nothing really, but it doesn't do anything for the people who really need housing long-term. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I just need a motion to extend the meeting to 11, or we're not going to get through the things here.
I will make a motion to extend to 11 p.m., Your Worship.
Seconded, thank you. I'm seeking a unanimous vote here so we can get through these items and not kill the people who have been sitting for 3.5 hours. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed, that carries. People are free to leave the meeting if they have to, though, of course. I do recognize that may be a possibility. Any other discussion on this matter in front of us? I'm going to speak briefly on this. I think it's just important. I'm going to support the application, and I just want to explain to the neighbors why that is. Because I hear what they've said, and I think it's the reality of the situation is there's no variance here asking for a suite. There's a suite by legal right allowed in this lot. There's no variance being asked for backyard pushbacks closer to neighbors. The only ask is an acknowledgement of the existing setback, which encroaches on the front yard. It's hard to argue the fact that if it's been there for that long that it's causing any great harm. It's an existing siting. So really we're just here talking about the parking and whether or not that parking in position is going to be sufficient for us to cause harm in the neighborhood. And I think I do appreciate that this one has always is a slightly more troubling one than many, just because Thompson is a busy street. At the end of the day, though, that responsibility of not providing parking on site is ultimately the responsibility of the homeowner. The street is a public right-of-way. We can set rules on that. So if the owners, the reason we have parking bylaws is to ensure there is adequate parking on site for homeowners, and they take that into consideration. Our parking bylaws are based on the number of bedrooms, independent of whether they're suites or not. It's the total number of bedrooms in the unit, and that's how the calculation is done. And the numbers are deemed adequate, and unusually in this situation they're actually side by side. So there's that consideration, to my mind, makes it clear that we have essentially provided the same number of parking spots that any house would have as a legal right on this site. And for that, I can't appreciate the feedback on the design of the house, the size of it, everything else. None of that is being asked for here, really. It's really just being asking on the parking and the existing setback. And so based on that, I can't say no to this project. I think it actually, they've made a compelling case and provided for adequate parking based on that piece. So that's why I'm supporting it, although I do hear the concerns raised by the neighbors on this pieces. We are not here to judge whether the suite is okay or the height is okay or any of those things. That's actually built in as right and can be built here whether we approved it or not. So with that, any other discussion on this item? I don't see any. I will call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Don't see any opposed, so that will carry. That will be approved. Thank you very much. Thank you for the applicant. Thank you for the neighbors for coming out. That was a long time to sit and share with you without perhaps getting what you wanted, but that is our job to make those decisions. We move on now to the development variance permit for 2128 Lauren Terrace. This is sorry, Councillor Smart, you need to recuse yourself.
I need to recuse myself because I live in the notification area.
Great, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McStravick.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district has received an application for a development variance permit in relation to the property at 2128 Lauren Terrace to relax the required front and rear setbacks, as well as the roof height, to allow for a proposed new single-family dwelling. Staff have reviewed the proposed development in context with the site and surrounding area, as well as district policies, and based upon this review, staff recommend that the development variance permit be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McStravick. This is the first time we've seen this, so there may be some questions of members of council to staff. I'm assuming the applicant is here as well. We have Mark and Julia Burkhart and Paulo here. Is the applicant here in the room, or are they online? I see them online, so that's fine. If there's any questions, we can go there. Are there any questions, though? There is no correspondence attached to this. The notification went out 2 weeks ago. Is there, so come back to, I'm going to ask anybody in the room here. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to speak to the application at 2128 Lauren Terrace or online? Don't see hands popping up on this one. So back to this table. If there's no questions, we can get to motions.
Move receipt of the staff report, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I would make motions, but I'm not really supposed to, so Councillor.
I will go ahead and do that, Your Worship. I would move that development variant permit ZVP 00143 for the property located at 2128 Lauren Terrace be approved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Don't see any. I'll just make a comment. I think this is an example of one where difficult lot, a reasonable ask being made to shift the house slightly forward to accommodate. Also helps prevent blasting of that very sort of lovely rock along that area. So I think for all those reasons, it's not getting a lot of concern here from this table. With that, I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. That actually was within the time frame I expected for that one, so that's good. 12.5 Heritage Alteration Permit and Development Variance Permit for 2390 San Carlos Avenue. Also subject to public input. So process here, staff introduction, questions, public input, back to this table for consideration. Mr. McStravick, I think this one is, oh no, it's Mr. Green again. Mr. Green, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Worship members of Council. The district has received a heritage alteration permit and a development variance permit for the subject property at 2390 San Carlos Avenue. Essentially, the property owner wishes to make some modifications to the house, including adding a small addition to the rear of the home to accommodate the future needs as retired homeowners. Renovation and alteration of the main floor to reconfigure some of the internal rooms, including the kitchen and adjacent rooms, as well as updating some of the features within the house, as well as making some alterations to the gardens in the front and the rear of the house. There is also a variance given the addition to the rear of the house requires a variance to the rear setback. From essentially just over 11 meters to 9.43 meters. This application was presented to the Heritage Commission on September 16th, and the Heritage Commission supported the application subject to the receipt of a materials pallet board to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Building and Planning. And then following that meeting, we then sent out the notification letters. So this will be the first time that council has seen this application. And so following that notification process, there has been some correspondence received on this item that is attached to council's agenda. I believe the applicant, Mark Holland from Westplan Consulting, is in the room tonight to also answer any questions on behalf of the homeowner. Happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Green. We move to questions of members of council, and then we'll go to members of the public. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will have a number of comments to make about this proposal, but I do have one question. It could be for the applicant, maybe it's for staff, but in one submission by a member of the public, there was some suggestion that in order to achieve what's proposed, that some outbuildings at the back of the property would also needs to be taken down. Now, I don't see that mentioned in the application, but if somebody could just speak to that. Is there any demolition required of existing structures on the property in order to support this, in order for this proposed addition to go ahead?
Through your worship, the applicant may have some more information on that, but I'm not aware of any plans to demolish the outbuildings. Those are not shown on any of the site plans submitted. But perhaps Mr. Holland may be able to also answer that question on behalf of the property owner.
Mr. Holland, you have to come all the way up to the microphone to answer the question because we can't take head shakes from the audience in this. It doesn't carry well on the microphone, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is no plan to demolish the buildings. There's 2 garden sheds in the corners of the backyards. They've been there for quite a while, so there's no intent to demolish those.
Thank you. Councillor Watson? No.
Thank you. Those are my only questions for now. Thank you.
Might as well stay up here just in case there's any additional questions, Mr. Holland. Are there any additional questions for the applicant or staff? Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks, Mayor. So sorry, just going back to those 2 outbuildings, do they then consider to be part of the floor area or not in this particular case?
Sorry, the question of the floor area, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I guess lot coverage, I guess is what I'm asking.
Through your worship, yes, they would count as lot coverage, but there is no variance request to lot coverage. There was a variance to the rear setback as well as to the front paving requirements of 25%, decreasing that from 25% to 27%. And so there is a variance request of the paving regulation in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Councillor Braithwaite?
Okay, so I think, thank you. I think there was also a question in one of the letters in regards to the 2 large outbuildings and that it might clearly exceed the required green space preservation. Is there a required green space preservation under this heritage on the heritage designation of these buildings or of this building?
Through your worship, no, I'm not aware of a green space requirement. Obviously, we have the district zoning bylaw, which has a paving regulation that must have 25% in both the front and rear, and then obviously the applicable guidelines in relation to the heritage alteration permit are found within the heritage conservation area guidelines, which has guidelines in relation to various aspects of heritage conservation. Which staff have reviewed in accordance, reviewed this application in accordance with those guidelines found in that appendix to the OCP. And staff overall believe that the intent of the heritage application, heritage alteration permit, is in accordance with those guidelines.
Councillor Braithwaite?
That's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, are there questions here from members of council? Councillor Green, and then.
Thank you. I have the right application now. I'm sorry about my mistake earlier. Through you to planning staff, I just wondered, could you, in your deliberations, was this correspondence available to you, the feedback from residents in the HCA and neighbors, was that available for any consideration? Just a question. Thank you.
Mr. Green?
Yeah, through your worship. So there was some correspondence attached to the staff report that went to the Heritage Commission, and that was correspondence that the district had received on this application prior to going to the Heritage Commission, and so that correspondence was attached to that Heritage Commission report. We hadn't done the notification for the application prior to the application being presented to the Heritage Commission on September 16th. But there was some correspondence attached to that Heritage Commission report that was received and, I presume, reviewed by the Heritage Commission members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have Councillor Smart.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff. I wondered, there was a comment in one of the letters about all 5 of the houses still being quite intact, but I noticed that one of the 5 houses looks like it does have an addition on it, the one furthest west, and I just wondered, could you confirm to your knowledge whether the sort of intact storybook cottages are all intact to their original building outline?
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Sure.
Mr. Green?
Through your worship, I believe there has been previous heritage alteration permits issued by council to some of the properties in these 5 storybook cottages. Perhaps Mr. Holland may have some further knowledge of that issue, but I did look at the files and I did notice that there had been previous heritage alteration permits issued for at least one of these properties on that group of cottages.
I am of one very minor one. It was not a significant structural piece. It was essentially for tiling and so forth on the base. But there may be more. I just don't know. Mr. Holland, are you aware of any?
Through your worship, no, I'm not. I believe there has been some changes over time. They have been continuing to evolve a little bit, but I don't know too much. If I may speak to one of the comments about those, there was discussion in all the letters that came in around the alterations with respect to their sort of the V shape and how they work. I noticed that several of them obviously had that conversation. I'm a little mystified at how that came to be, because when you actually look at the structure and where the addition is, it has no impact on the V structure. The minor addition that's happening here is immediately adjacent to the westerly building. We're dealing with the most easterly building. It does not extend past that the edge of the building that's immediately adjacent. It fully maintains the V shape, so there's no fundamental change to that structure. They are 5 that were put together at some point. But in this, all of them will be aging, as are the owners. And in this case, the issue was some minor alterations to allow the owners to continue to stay there. These cottages are quite small. With respect to the site coverage issues, these are I believe RS5 lots. These lots are a lot smaller than your average Oak Bay RS5 lot. And so we were tripping up over the site coverage with, a couple of small outbuildings, a couple of garden sheds and a patio, and we're over the limit like that because they're actually significantly smaller. So that's what triggered both of the variances on the site coverage, was these both front and back are smaller than your average lot, where those site coverages are usually expected to be applied to.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. You'd anticipated my question about the V siting, so thank you. I have still Councillor Smart. I think you still have the floor.
Yeah, having been in the Heritage Commission meeting, I did want to state that, yes, they were supportive of the application and made a motion to approve. They did mention in the meeting that being early, they did have some concern as to what precedent that we were setting by allowing addition to this property. And so I just, because I was present in that meeting, I wanted to make sure that I also shared that remark. But their overall decision was to approve.
It's good to have the context. Thank you, Councillor Smart. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, actually, my question was really actually to Councillor Smart, to get that extra context from the Heritage, because we haven't received the minutes from that Heritage Commission meeting as of yet. So was interested in that, and maybe further to that, just with respect to the last 2 comments, I gathered that the concern about the physical layout of all of the cottages together, hearing the comments about the context of all the buildings as an entirety and their layout together, I gather that the commission did not feel that there was sufficient disruption to that layout that warranted it not being approved, I guess is what I'm hearing.
You can answer that if you wish, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak exactly to your question, but I would, I guess, just comment that I think there was a balance, obviously, to, you know, understanding the constraints of this very small house and allowing this family to still love this heritage building but age in place, and so kind of a respect for that. And all the additions that they were making to the design that were bettering the property. But as I suggested earlier, there was that, you know, concern about here we are early in this process of learning to deal with this heritage conservation area, and what kind of precedence is it setting to allow for an addition. But then their final call was to approve.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just for those who aren't up to speed on the heritage conservation area, and these buildings are both designated as buildings, I guess, so they actually have more protection under the designation than they do under the heritage conservation area. The conservation area sets general principles for alterations and changes. In fact, in many ways more sort of contextual, and then the heritage. And I think this is probably the primary way that the Heritage Commission probably would have looked at it, but they have heritage designation which stipulates the protected aspects of those buildings as well. And so it's kind of a double whammy here. There aren't actually a lot of designated houses within the heritage conservation area, so we'll be sort of adjudicating this through both those lenses as we're looking at this context. Anything else, Councillor Appleton? I have Councillor Watson and Braithwaite both for a second time. I would normally insert myself here, but I think all my questions have been answered. And I do, as long as we're still in questions, we'll actually maybe before I go back to secondary questions, I will just give it. I'll do two things. First, Mr. Holland, you've had a chance to see the correspondence that's come in. Is there anything else you wish to add in terms of just addressing some of the concerns raised within that correspondence? Because there was a considerable number of letters that came in. Give you that opportunity now, and then I'll go to the public for any more further input, and then we'll come back here and give everybody a chance to answer questions that might arise out of that. Is there anything just on that correspondence? There's no point in having the questions asked again and then answered, so if you can answer them now, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of short notes. I mean, there was quite a number of comments that came in about quite a few different points, and some of them had come in on a couple of different letters. I'll just speak to a couple of them. The driveway location was raised. So the current driveway location where it sits is kind of a diagonal that largely positions the cars blocking the front of the home, which is this is one of the most photographed storybook homes in Oak Bay and graces the covers of heritage documents because it's right on line with Prospect Place. You look down Prospect Place and there's the storybook lines and the turret. The cars, the way they were placed at this stage, are diagonally, so they kind of block the view of you get two vehicles there, and I actually took a photo of my work truck in front of that, and like it kind of obliterates the whole place. They also their lights point directly at the neighbor's window. So there was landscaping that has been put in to try and mitigate some of that, but it really profiles vehicles. Also, the original driveway for these homes was actually on the west side of that home and was shared that would go back and access the backyards of these. And so by moving this driveway back, or the parking area further to the west edge of the site, we remove the cars from being such a prominent blockage of the house, and we also bring them back to the side that they were originally designed for. And I think finally, just to step back for a larger context, and I want to thank Councillor Smart for her observations on precedent. It's an interesting kind of situation that we find ourselves in. We'll be seeing lots of each other over the next number of months here as we grapple with quite a few things in the HCA. And this is sort of, we're starting to grapple with many of these for the first time, but almost every building is going to be coming through with these discussions. So at one level, precedent doesn't matter because council takes every project face. We're not a litigative, we're not a court where we set precedent, but the discussions matter, so I appreciate the sensitivity to this. These homes were built, designed for another era, and different expectations, different needs and size, different family sizes, from small ones like the one we have in front of us today to very large ones, which we'll have in front of us next month. And I think the imperative to allow these homes to be rehabilitated, restored, renovated as they go allows them to last. It allows your heritage area to last for multiple generations as opposed to be locked in time. I appreciate the sensitivity to the details of heritage, that matters, but if we become a mismatch with how we live today and what we need, then the pressures on these homes will ultimately cause them to, well, but we'll start losing them over time. So I appreciate the sensitivity to this, and I just encourage us to make it real for real families today as we go. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Before I go back, so I think before I go back to secondary questions from Councillor Watson, Braithwaite, I will get back to you. I'm just going to turn it over to members of the public who wish to address us. Anybody online, please raise your hand. Anybody in person, please come forward. Yes. There's time here. Yep, just come on up. You've been here long enough now. You probably learned our process here. Just state your name, municipality of residence, and yes, just like that.
My name's Chris Hemian. I live at 2414 San Carlos. That house. Identical to Mr. Lariger's house. Carbon copy. I have the little turret. I have the identical home. And I'm speaking in favor of Mr. Lariger's application. And I think that it's a very sensitive and it'll be a quality addition to the home, which I think several people have already mentioned that these are very small homes and would be, you know, pretty difficult to, you know, think of ever having any assistance or anything like that as you aged. And, you know, they're tiny houses. And I think that this is a sensitive addition. And if I ever needed that kind of space, I would hope that I'd be allowed to do it too. And as far as the neighborhood is concerned, these houses go in a row in sort of a little V shape. Mark's is sort of most prominent and mine is more prominent too, and the other ones are all set back. So the setback application is sort of necessary because the lots are so small in the rear that they wouldn't conform now. And all of the other houses that are in the V, they don't meet the setback requirement because they can't if the lots aren't big enough. So there's still plenty of room in the backyard. It's not, you know, overbuilding the lot or anything like that. You know, I don't have much more to say, but I do know a lot about the neighborhood. I've been going there since I was a child, and know quite a bit about the houses. So if anybody wants to ask me anything, that's fine.
That's great. Thank you very much for your input. Somebody else wishes to speak?
Good evening, Mayor Murdoch and councillors, and thank you to the young gentleman who answered my knock on the door. I thought it was important to come in person. I have been monitoring the proceedings by Zoom.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Jonathan Horlick, Oak Bay resident, and I'm here to speak in support of the heritage alteration permit and any necessary variations required for 2390 San Carlos Avenue, which I'll refer to as the subject property. I believe the application is consistent with 3 of the 4 objectives of the Prospect Conservation Area as set out in the Oak Bay Official Community Plan. The 4th objective is not applicable in this case. Objective 1 of the Prospect Conservation Area is to maintain the distinctive character of the Prospect neighborhood as expressed by the layout of the neighborhood, the collection of early homes, as well as the garden's streetscape and landscape features. Consistent with this objective, the front elevation of the subject property, the streetscape, will remain the same. The proposed landscaping changes, including the alteration or relocation of the parking pad, will preserve the pedestrian access and egress and will provide more visibility of the subject property from the street, revealing its distinctive character more completely. Objective 2 of the Prospect Conservation Area is to ensure the long-term protection of heritage in the neighborhood while maintaining flexibility to provide for the upkeep of resident homes and landscapes. Consistent with this objective, the drawings submitted with the application indicate the small addition and internal reconfiguration will provide more living space to meet the needs of the property owners. the application achieves a balance between respect for heritage and the requirements for modern living. Objective 3 of the Prospect Conservation Area is to retain the buildings and features as listed in the schedule of properties to the greatest extent possible. Consistent with this objective, the proposed small addition is to the rear of the subject property and will not be visible from the street. The design of the addition respects the character of the neighborhood and retains a maximum amount of the existing building fabric, and the addition is physically and visually compatible with the remainder of the house in form, scale, and mass. There are several common criticisms of the application. One is that no alterations may be made to a designated heritage property, and this is just incorrect. Another criticism is that the applicants are not interested in preserving the subject property's heritage value, and to the contrary, the applicants have retained an architect, a heritage consultant, a landscape consultant, and a project manager to develop a comprehensive plan for the alteration and improvement of the subject property that respects Oak Bay's requirements for heritage preservation, and the Heritage Commission, as you know, has recommended approval of the application. Another criticism is that the approval of the proposed alterations to the subject property will establish a precedent that will diminish the significance and historical value of the 4 other designated San Carlos properties. This objection suggests that no alteration of any one of them should be permitted. As I'm sure you're aware, every application for a heritage alteration permit is to be assessed on its own merits, and every owner of a designated heritage property has a right to seek permission to alter their property. The applicants recognize that they are stewards of a historic home. Preserving heritage buildings is not a small undertaking, and when it is done well, like this application, it is to be commended and welcomed by the community. I'm requesting on behalf of the applicants as an interested party that the heritage application permit and any necessary variances be approved by council. Thank you for considering my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Harlick. Your timing is impeccable. We have 15 seconds left to extend the meeting to consider this matter. Can I have a motion to extend for, say, 15 minutes? I think we should be able to deal with it in that time frame.
So moved, Your Worship.
Is there a seconder? Seconded, thank you. Discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? Thank you. Is there any other members of the public who wish to come and address council? Yes, please come forward.
Don't be intimidated. I can't see very well, so the printer's very big.
You just hold it up and we can see it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, just name and municipality for the record and then go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Don Bieberdorf, and I live at 1564 Prospect Place. 2390 San Carlos undeniably is one of the most important heritage features of our neighborhood. My wife and I look at it every day and admire it, as do many members of the public. I believe the changes to the front of the property improve the heritage quality of the property. Moving the parking spot, to my mind, improves the sight line for all of the public, and it's restoring the parking spot location to its original spot. Mark and Pam have a picture of the original house, and that's exactly where the parking spot is. The proposed fencing is tasteful and consistent with the heritage character of the house. The garden is also an enhancement. The changes to the home itself are comparatively minor and obviously can't be seen from the street. I do feel that, given the recent adoption of the HCA, that it's extremely important for our neighborhood to get the heritage piece right. Extensive renovations were made to all the storybook houses, I think in 2015. The heritage character of those houses was established well in advance of that. Some submissions to council express that there ought not to be any changes to heritage houses, effectively to freeze at a point in time the house, and not to so that even restorations that go backwards in time to try to make it more like it used to be shouldn't be approved, which seem to be perverse. So I would strongly encourage council not to adopt a policy or set a precedent that would suggest that that's appropriate. Heritage protection must be reasonable so as to permit minor alterations to meet changing circumstances and the needs of homeowners. If heritage protection means no change, then it will make people avoid heritage protection whenever they can and tend to devalue heritage homes in the long term. Instead, if we allow these older homes to evolve and be refreshed in a reasonable manner, we can retain the heritage character for generations to come. To me, this is the essential point of heritage protection. In this case, the applicants, it seems to me, have done everything right. They wish to renovate their home to age in place in accordance with OCP guidelines. They have retained heritage consultants, diligently complied with the required process, and their proposal has been blessed by the district's professionals and the Heritage Commission. They are trying to enhance, not detract from, the heritage character of their home and our neighborhood. I strongly support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bieberdorf. Is there anybody else from the public, online or in person, who wishes to address council on the matter? Not rushing anybody. We do give time here for people to speak. Okay, I'm going to close off public input, then I come back to this table. There's a couple of legacy hands up here to talk. I think there were still questions, so I'm going to go to Councillor Braithwaite, then Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just have a couple of things. Mr. Holland. Sorry, I should be able to say your name because you've had a couple of different applications before us today. You seem to do a lot of work on this street. I think that my question would be that you said that the 5 homes are all that there has been changes made to the 5 homes. And I read in one of the letters that it said that all of the homes are currently intact with regard to the original exterior construction. So are you saying that that's not true?
Through your worship, I don't believe I said that alterations have been made to all 5 homes.
No, I didn't say all 5. Sorry, I said that you said that there had been alteration made to at least one of the homes.
I believe one of them has had alterations, but I don't have any records of that one at the moment, your worship. I'm sorry. It's something from what I've read in the past, but I can't quite remember it right now. I'm sorry.
One of the owners from the street does want to chime in about some other work being done. Is it if it's critical to get that answer, I'm happy to invite the member of the public to come up. He may have some local knowledge. Councillor Braithwaite, is it important?
No, I can make my own decision on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I think the other thing that you also said, Mr. Holland, was about the change of the driveway. And you said it was going to give a better view of the house. Where the driveway is going to be moved, is that not going to limit the view of the turret of that building?
Mr. Holland?
Through your worship, the vehicles currently right now essentially are parked pretty much right in the front of the house. Their bumpers would be close to the eastern edge, and then their rear bumpers would be extending pretty much overlap with the whole entrance. By moving the vehicles further to the right, they do get closer to the turret, the base of the turret where they are. But the overall picture of the home, because will be removing the Prunus nigra, the street tree that was planted there. It's a black plum. It's not a special heritage tree, which also blocks the turret. Actually, pretty much obscures the turret during the summertime. That'll be removed, so the vehicles will be set up against the western edge of the property line. Their base will overlap with the base of the turret, but by putting them there, we've removed the tree, and so now the turret will be visible, and the new landscape that's going in will not be a landscape that goes up really high to block the view of the home and the turret.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Watson?
Oh, thank you. Just a question to staff about heritage properties that are in the Prospect HCA or otherwise have heritage designations. How does somebody who is purchasing or taking title to a home like that actually know that their property is listed or designated?
Mr. Green, that might be a question for you.
Yeah, through your worship. So if it's a designated property, then that would be on title. So when a property is designated, we also place a copy of that designation on title. In relation to the HCA, then yeah, they wouldn't. That's not on title essentially. So when a property, those properties that are in the heritage conservation area, we don't place anything on the title of those properties. And so that would just be when they're making inquiries with the district, if they're wishing to make alterations to their property, then staff would advise them that they are located within the HCA and would explain to them what the process will be if they wish to make alterations to that property.
Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. We have a report in front of us. You've heard from the public. We've asked the questions. Happy at this point to get to a motion to a debate. Certainly the first one, probably not debated to be debated, is to receive the report, so perhaps we can start there.
Motion to receive, your worship.
Thank you. Moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Then to the meat of the matter, we need a recommendation here from council. If there's willingness to move the recommendation, we'll try to start there, and then we'll, if that fails, we'll maybe look at something else.
I would move the staff recommendation, your worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. So the recommendation, staff recommendation for those watching, if they're not looking at the thing, is to issue the heritage alteration permit as laid out in the report. Feel free if anybody wishes to discuss that, give it to the mover and seconder first if you wish.
Thank you, your worship. I'll be very brief. It is an interesting discussion around, again, the practical application of heritage alteration permits and heritage standards in the conservation area. And this is a process that council will revisit a number of different times. On the surface of it, it did seem like a significant enough modification that it might, require fairly significant justification. I'm compelled by the review and approval by the Heritage Commission, most significantly. And at the end of the day, council will have to, in the heritage context, will have to seriously consider the usage of the building, and as has been stated, and I tend to agree that adapting the building over time and using a more modern design helps retain that building. So that sort of tips the balance of consideration in favor for me. Thanks, Your Worship.
Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's been quite interesting to listen to all of the commentary on this matter, and certainly I think that the comment, the review by the Heritage Commission is something that I value highly, and so their opinion that this was a worthwhile application has merit. I also recall that when I first moved to Oak Bay, I had the good fortune of meeting the original owner of the parcel of land, who rented these homes out, these unique homes out, as sometimes short-term and sometimes long-term rentals, and hated to leave his property because he was afraid that these unique little houses would never survive. So I think that he would be amazed and really pleased to know that not only have they survived, but they continue to be modified to meet the needs of owners into the future. So for those reasons, I'm really supportive of this application.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I have Councillor Watson and then Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have some comments about this, and some actually, I think, quite serious reservations with the notion of actually going forward to approve it. And I would just like to speak to that. I am really at the basis of it concerned, as the Heritage Advisory Commission, the Heritage Commission has already suggested when they passed this forward to council, that they're concerned about setting a precedent if we, there may be some concerns about setting precedents for these kinds of alterations to properties in this heritage conservation area. And I am really concerned about that, especially after all the work that has been done leading up to the creation of the Prospect HCA. And I'm concerned about creep. Creep because we allow one small thing, and then 2 years from now, or in whatever passage of time, we get another request for something that's similar, and we then feel compelled, maybe on the merits of the individual case, but maybe more generally, to say yes to that too. And I think that the value of this property as it is, not necessarily the interior of the property, but exteriorly, is part of its value as a whole of a group of storybook cottages. And that if we agree to this, it's though notwithstanding small alteration, we are actually changing the whole in a way that we won't be able to get back to. And it's an important heritage element in our community, and I don't want to see it go. I just want to speak to a little bit about the Prospect HCI guidelines and some of the comments that have come in from the community, and also things mentioned in the staff report. And one of them is that there's been comments that because the alteration, small as it is, cannot be seen from the street, that somehow or another that makes it acceptable. But the guidelines don't actually comment on whether or not the changes can be seen from the street. Rather, they deal with the overall original building form, scale, and massing. So in this case, we would be changing all of those things. And just because the changes aren't visible from the street doesn't mean that they were necessarily preserving the character of this cluster. Because if that were true, if it was just things that we could see from the street, then we wouldn't also have guidelines about making interior alterations, which are, of course, are always invisible from the street. So the fact that these changes are at the back of the house and can't be seen is not material to me in the consideration. I think the patio court is a cluster of very significant properties that were developed back in 1927. I think it was the 20s. And they were built as a group as originally rentals, modest, compact, functional housing in this storybook style. And so their scale is of historic importance and reflects the economies of that period in time. And so if we start adding to them and making them bigger, we're actually undermining.
Sorry, Councillor Watson, I have to interrupt
Yes.
you briefly.
Yes.
Councillor, I have to just interrupt you briefly. I just need to extend the meeting again if I'm going to let you finish your thoughts. So can I have a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes? Moved. Is there a seconder? I think we really should finish this item here if we possibly can. Is there a seconder to extend? Did I see a seconder? I'm sorry. I think we should finish this. All those in favor? Any opposed? Please continue, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so I think that historic significance of the cluster is important. In the list of properties that form the zone, these 5 are listed together, all with their, I think it says patio court designation to the right of them. So they are actually seen as a group. They're not just seen as individual properties. And although I appreciate that a lot of work has been done on making these modest adjustments to the house, I don't think it's impossible to make this home more livable without changing its footprint. And I would really encourage the owners and their designers to think about that, because that is part of the beauty of this group in this historic area, is that they are modest and they are small. And I guess those are my main points. Oh, and I wanted to add one thing, that There have been some reverse changes to properties in the neighborhood. I noticed in the very fulsome of reports from staff and background that at 2414 San Carlos, there was actually a rec room that had been added that was in 1965 that was subsequently removed because it was not in keeping. So we've had reduction in properties where additions were made that were deemed not to be appropriate. And I would really like to see this home be modified to meet the needs of its owners within its existing envelope. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Watson. I think you said everything I wanted to say, but in a much more eloquent way at just after 11 o'clock at night. I'm going to agree with everything that you said. I think that the only thing I would add is just to reiterate. I think that making the changes that are set out would ruin the collective integrity of this group of houses. I don't believe that heritage protection devalues homes, as was pointed out before. I think that we need to protect these houses in this area in the way they are. And the people who purchased this house, they knew what they were purchasing when they bought it. And I think that they knew that it was a designated house when they bought it, and then it became part of the heritage conservation area. And I think that they need to try and work with their architect to come up with something that will be internally what they're looking for. I can't support this moving forward. And again, I don't want to change this unique architectural grouping. And I want to see it stay together and be as beautiful as it is right now. So I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Smart, and then, Councillor Green. I'll go to Smart.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to my colleagues, Councillors Watson and Braithwaite. Again, they also have articulated what I wanted to basically say. I'm reminded that I was a member of the Heritage Commission, that I was a Heritage Liaison for Council in my first term in Oak Bay, that I was also the chair of the Commission in 2018. And I have to say that, and I do respect the reports and the comments of the Heritage Commission. There's great value in that commission, and they have expertise that many of us don't have. But at this point, I take very seriously, and thank you to Councillor Smart for sharing that with us, their comment about precedent and what that means. And it is a concern. This is a unique site on Vancouver Island and probably in Western Canada. These are absolutely unique. And I remember being on the commission when they were all restored and redone and then put up for sale. I went through all of them, and it was remarkable, the upgrades that were done, but still preserved the essence and the integrity of the site. So like my other two colleagues, I will not be able to support this motion. And I think everything that needs to be said has been said. I appreciate the owners coming in tonight and people to support them. But I'm also reminded that the HCA is also a very important thing that we put a lot of time and energy into over the years, and was the culmination of a lot of hard work. And heritage is it's a resource. It's it's an asset that I think we need to continue to work towards and preserve in Oak Bay. We have had a lot of loss over the last 10 or 15 years of older homes, not necessarily heritage. We have lost one or two. So I think really these are the homes that will provide housing and are sometimes more accessible depending on their size and cost. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Green. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I will be supporting the application, and I echo the comments of Councillor Appleton and Councillor Patterson. I do feel like this proposal has been very thoughtful and is a good balance of a resident that loves their building and wants to age in place and has made many efforts to still not only maintain a lot of the integrity of the building, but to improve a lot of situations as well. And I think in the bigger picture, as we go forward, we want to encourage people to continue to love and treasure their heritage buildings. And then I am concerned that if we are overly restrictive, that then less people will be interested in designating their buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. I have to say something here, obviously. It's going to be a very close discussion. I think most of what the pros and the cons have been weighed out here. I'm always struck by the unbelievable amount of work and complexity that goes into such decisions on behalf of the community. We have all the work of the applicant, all the work of staff, all the work of the committees and commissions, and then it comes to this table where we have to take all that information and make a decision on it. I look at this, we're struck with two things. There is a variance permit, so we look at the merit of that, and we look at the merit of the heritage alteration permit. I think anytime we have very odd sized, in this case small lots, we treat variances with a fair bit of judicial flexibility because we understand that they're difficult to work on. I have no issue, and I haven't heard anybody raise any issues with the variance ask here, nor do I have any. So it comes down to heritage, and at the end of the day, there's two governing bodies that work on this. One is the Heritage Conservation Area, and obviously I was very integrally involved in that process, know it well. My read of it is this application, if it was just the HCA, would be fully compliant. It does all the things right. It's sensitive. It does its changes on the back. It keeps the original aspects of the building. It does all those things perfectly. So then it really comes down to the heritage designation, which is a much more powerful control over changes to a building. You can have designations of interior factors like the one on Transit Road, but they have to be explicitly stated. They're not in the statement of significance in this case. So we're really looking at the form and massing of the house as a piece, and the heritage defining elements of these buildings. And then do the changes attached to it comply with heritage standards in terms of, again, making it subservient to the main building, making it clear and distinct, but respectful of the original design, etc. And then it's really a judgment call. And I think I look at a couple of guidances on that. Heritage consultants will generally support the application, but I do read their reports quite carefully, and I think in this case they made a pretty compelling case. And I'm also listened to the Heritage Commission, and I believe that their recommendation on this one also speaks to the appropriateness of the heritage design. So given that, if I'm looking at this really with the lens of the heritage designation and the changes within that context, I have a hard time saying no to this. I think that it's done in a way that is sensitive to those pieces. I think nothing's ever perfect, but I do also look at heritage as important to keep the stories alive, important to keep the feel of the neighborhoods alive, but the buildings have to be alive too. They have to be vibrant. They have to be places that people live, can change, can age in those pieces. And I think if we're not cognizant of those need for change, then we're in danger of really damaging heritage long term. I think the people who spoke in opposition to this made excellent cases for it. I will say that. Very thoughtful discussion, but in this case, I have to support the application as it stands. Is there anybody else who wants to add to this discussion before I call the question? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of the heritage alteration permit approval, and those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Thank you. I have Councillor Watson, Councillor Braithwaite, and Councillor Green opposed. That passes by 4-3. Heritage alteration permit is approved. Good luck with your new home, or not your new home, your revised old home. And thank you for being stewards of such a class, such an important piece of our history. We have 4 minutes to deal with two small items here in front of us, so I'm going to try and get through them just so we can resolve our pieces. Unless there's anything that... yes, we can do this a couple of ways. To ask us just, can we just move these on, but I think I'm going to just take my discretion here and move 12.7 up so we can deal with I don't want to, per Steve Brennick has been asked to come stay at the end of the meeting and then missed out. Thank you very much. Are you here for one of the items on the agenda? Oh, no, just.
No, I'm the first time this wanted. About the very first thing, about the 2 minutes, I would have spoken. I could do it in 1 minute now.
We're just actually running. I'm just going to, maybe at the very, very end of this, I'll let you come forward. Yeah, thank you. Given that we can come back, we're not going to pass any of the bylaws. If there's any concerns, I think we can run through the first and second reading, at least of the first, second, and third reading of the municipal ticketing information bylaw. Unless there's anybody on council who has any concerns or what changes they want to make to it, in which case we'll refer it back to a future meeting. I'm not seeing any, so why don't we just procedurally get through this very quickly. 12.6, and again, if there's anybody from the public who wishes to speak, please indicate that now. Just have a motion to receive the report.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, thank you. I do probably want to just go to Mr. Green, you're here with us. It's a fairly straightforward report with bylaw changes. Is there anything you wish to add to the report before we go to the question of whether to call the question?
No, Your Worship. No, it started off as a bit of a housekeeping amendment to that bylaw, but it quickly turned into a whole rewrite, given that there was a number of schedules missing that needed to be added, as well as that bylaw has not been updated since 1997. So most of the fines were pretty outdated, as well as it didn't follow the two-tier structure, which is what the community charter suggests in relation to MTI bylaws. So the bylaw has been rewritten, those schedules added, as well as given that traffic offence notices are in the streets and traffic bylaw. We've also done an amendment to the streets and traffic bylaw to slightly increase those fines as well, so that they tally with the MTI bylaw in relation to those streets and traffic fines. Happy to answer any questions that council may have on the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to receive. So I'm going to call the question on that motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Can I just extend this meeting for 5 more minutes so we can get through this? Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Councillor Watson, I know that you've been sticking around here with gritted teeth. You're welcome to leave the meeting if you need to. I'll leave it to you.
I have a question for staff on this. Given that I am still here, I'm going to stay because I do have a question about this.
Okay. Go ahead. Why don't you ask the question?
May I ask the question now? Yes, I just, this is for Mr. Green, please. I wanted to know how fines were selected and what the relationship is both within and across categories, because for just stepping back, look, it all seems a bit arbitrary, but there must be some method to, not your madness, your careful work. So if you could just explain that, please.
Sure. Yeah, through the worship, basically how I went about rewriting the bylaws, I sent a draft that I had generated from 2 recent MTI bylaws. The District of Salish, they updated their MTI bylaw in 2021. And I was also involved in a rewrite of North Salish's MTI bylaw in 2022. So I used those 2 as a starting point to, and the North Salish one went through a legal counsel review. So I was well aware of that bylaw had been through a full review, and so then sent a draft to all the relevant directors that are responsible for their respective bylaws, and asked them to review the schedules, to review the fine structure, and through that process, working with those individual directors, came to try to sort of weight some of the seriousness of the infractions accordingly. And so, yeah, there's been some review, comparison with other municipalities' MTI bylaws, but most, a lot of the work was just working with the individual directors to come up with what we thought was a reasonable fine amount for the fraction listed in the respective bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Anything else, Councillor Watson?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
If you do wish to go tease this apart and go through it in more detail, we can refer this to a future meeting. I don't want to rush anything that people want to discuss. No, okay. So we have a motion. I've lost track of my own motions here. We have a motion to receive on the floor. I don't think I've called the question. We did pass it. Okay, so can I get someone to read out the, just look online here because they've changed from the original printing, if they don't mind. There's two different bylaws for second and third reading.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I would move that municipal ticketing information bylaw number 4846, 2023 be read a first and second time.
Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Any members of the public wish to address us before we call the question on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed?
Then I would move that municipal ticketing information bylaw number 4846, 2023 be read a third time.
Same seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? That'll come back for adoption at a future meeting. Then can you read this?
Yes, I would move that streets and traffic amendment bylaw number 4848, 2023 be read a first and second time.
Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed?
And further move that streets and traffic amendment bylaw number 4848, 2023 be read a third time.
Same seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? That carries. Thank you for that. It'll come back for adoption at a future meeting. And we have 12.7 municipal Monterey Avenue stopping up, closing, and removing of highway dedication bylaw. Mr. Rennick, we've kept you up a very long time. I'm sorry if people have to leave on this one. This is very reasonably minor, but I don't want to leave Mr. Rennick having stayed. For the one person in the audience, Mr. Rennick is our Deputy Director of Engineering. He's unfortunately had the misfortune of being the last person on the agenda a couple of times where we've been this late and then not got to his item because we've referred it. So I'm going to try and get this done. If anybody wishes to leave the meeting, I understand, but I do want to get this item done. So I need a motion to extend for another, let's just say 10 minutes, and then we'll close it off. Move to the second.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? And again, if people have to leave, they have to leave. Mr. Rennick, welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you. Is my audio level okay?
Is this great? Yeah. Do you want to provide a brief overview of what we're looking at here?
Yeah, very brief, Mr. Mayor. The majority of the Firefighters Park property, or at least a significant portion of the property, is an undeveloped road right-of-way. Council already deliberated some of the issues around this awkward arrangement for the site when Council debated the variance for siting the temporary building. Essentially, what we want to do as a procedural piece to clean up the property boundaries to facilitate future development of the site is to close the road. And closing the road in this context means making it so that that piece of property is no longer a road right of way and becomes a titled parcel that the municipality owns. Essentially, it's just really a procedural piece. There's never been asphalt on this portion of Monterey Avenue, and certainly unlikely that there ever will be. But I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rennick. Are there any questions of staff on this matter? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So just to clarify then, it's not that at this point we're amalgamating different parcels, but it's purely just sort of changing the almost like designation and type of parcel that closed road is?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. The bylaw that is in front of Council right now is only to close the road.
Good. Councillor Patterson?
So it is late, so keeping that in mind, just for clarification, we are talking about the roadway where Monterey would turn and run in front of the fire hall, is that correct?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct. The first portion of Monterey on the site that we are proposing to close is essentially the north part of the parking lot. But it does carry through the entire site. One of the ball diamonds is on the road. Perhaps I could have included an aerial photo in the staff report, but it's essentially, it's partially the parking lot and it's partially the park.
And I guess to that end, my comments would be, we say that it's not really used as a road, and I think there are probably more vehicles going through the first stretch of it on a daily basis, along with pedestrians and cyclists. So it still is a very active transportation corridor of types, and that is because of some of the projects that are ongoing right now, and the use also by public works vehicles. But I guess my concern, and so I really won't be supporting this, I don't think, right, as the way it's presented, is that we're kind of going along in stages to signal that decisions have been made about the best long-term use of the site for community purposes, so that, and the development of a new fire hall on the site. And we haven't really had that discussion with the community, and that's a pretty big decision, I think, because of the factors of everything that is involved in that lot. So I really, I would like to see a better public framework for considering discussion of what is there. I also consider that the Bill 43, the Housing Supply Act, and certainly provincial orders that are coming forward mean that we need to take a very serious look at all of the land that is available within the community for future use. And so I just feel on the way that this has been, we're going in small steps, but in a certain direction, without having the broader conversation about the long-term best use of the site. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this. I understand the staff's rationale in bringing it forward, but there's just been a continuous, gradual shift on the use of that site on a daily basis without us really doing a land inventory and having a broader overall plan. So I won't support it although I understand staff's intent in bringing it forward, I won't support it as presented.
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor just yet, but I appreciate the comments up front. Perhaps I might get just see if there's any members of the public who wish to address us on this bylaw piece.
Move receipt of the staff report, Your Worship.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. So it's just on receipt of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? I don't see hands popping up on the public speaking, so we'll go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would move that bylaw number 4832, a bylaw to stop up close to traffic and remove the highway dedication of a portion of Monterey Avenue, be read a first and second time.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Councillor, so Green first and then Smart. Okay. I was just looking one way first. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just question for staff, just following up on conversation at the table. I guess, what is the risk potentially if we do close this, but then later during the design discover that we want this to be an amazing active transportation network and we really want it to be a roadway? I'm just wondering, what is the risk of doing this now and then having the community inform us that we, in a sense, want it to be a public right-of-way?
Mr. Rennick?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Of course, a road could be dedicated again in the future as a part of a subdivision or as a part of a zoning application. The rationale of what is being brought forward now is that is not being used as a road. There are two very large trees on it. Having it become part of one parcel does not preclude the ability for it to be used as a parking lot, nor does it preclude the ability for members of the public to traverse the park. It would simply be reorganizing it into one parcel as opposed to I think I wrote in the staff report that it's something like 20 different parcels and 21 different parcels and a road. It's simply trying to make the site more efficient when considering its future.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Just to follow that up, then through you, Mayor, what I'm hearing is there wouldn't be any sort of financial loss that if we did this now and then, in a sense, backpedaled, that it wouldn't become something costly later.
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, I do not see financial implications associated with making this change.
Thank you. I would just make an observation that a lot of the active transportation corridors are actually linear parks and not highway right-of-ways. They're pieces. I had Councillor Green.
Yes, I'll be very brief. And I appreciate the comments of my colleagues at the table. And I also appreciate Councillor Patterson in particular talking about future land use. And I think that is something that we need to think about down the road. But at the moment, there appears to be a need to bring this property into a more cohesive state. I don't, I think it's a planning decision down the road long term. So I think Mr. Rennick gives a fairly compelling argument, and I appreciate the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak briefly in favor of it, just for my understanding of this. It's very difficult to make comprehensive land use planning when a big chunk of this is a road right-of-way. Until it's taken out of that and allows us to consider it in the whole, it's very difficult. And I do notice the road is directly over top of Bowker Creek as well, and we do have a plan at some point to daylight that project. But I think it just allows us the ability to have a fulsome conversation with the community. It's just a minor step in that process. So I'm very supportive of it as a procedural piece. Moved and seconded. No other discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And then just need third reading. Oh, sorry, opposed. Sorry, Councillor Patterson opposed. My apologies.
Your Worship, I would move that bylaw number 4832, a bylaw to stop up closed traffic and remove the highway dedication of a portion of Monterey Avenue be read a third time.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. We're out of time.
Councillor Patterson's opposed.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Patterson opposed. My apologies. Staff got it. I just had it wrong. This is not a good idea to go this late. I have to say that from a chair's perspective. We have a gentleman here just wants to address. Do you mind being sort of off the record and talking to us if we just adjourn? Okay.
It'll just be a minute.
So the meeting is officially adjourned now because we've run out of time, but I'll take a motion to move because we're actually still in the last minute of the meeting. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Councillor Braithwaite, we have a member of the public who has stuck around to address us. He missed the public participation period, so I've invited him just to stick around and talk to us for the minute. If you want to stick in and listen, you're welcome to. You just have to come forward and talk into the microphone.
Thank you. I will stick around.
This same process, just your name, municipality, and whatever you want to talk to us about.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Everett Runtz, R-U-N-T-Z. I live in Thompson Avenue,
Okay.
or as we call it, Thompson Speedway.
Yes.
Thompson is over a half a kilometer long. We have 4 intersecting streets. There is no crosswalk on any of those streets from the intersection of Cadborough Bay all the way down to Estevan. If you have to go across east to west or west to east, you have to scurry in between traffic. There's speeding with cars, motorcycles, and bicycles, and it is truly dangerous. I would love to see a police presence there and some crosswalks.
Thank you.
Within a minute?
Well done. It was great. Can I just ask a favor?
Certainly.
If you just send a copy of that comment that you just made to engineering@oakbay.ca, so very simple.
Okay.
That will trigger a review of that street in a way that would sort of to look at addressing those pieces.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know it'll take some time, but that will actually, that's the way to get that looked at, is to actually send it to that address, and then they'll take it into their purview.
We live at the place with the big hedge.
Okay, I know it, yes. Yeah, thank you for sticking around, Mr.
Oh,
Rance.
thank you very much
Is this
for
your first
everything.
council meeting?
Yes.
Are you exhausted?
No, 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 no.